stream. All right, we're streaming. There you go, Clark. What do you want to say to the internet?
I want to say I gotta change microphones. See? Oh, nice. Okay. All right. So back in the saddle again. Good. So there you go. And one. Oh, wait a minute. I have messed up some other stuff here. There. Okay. I think all is back to the way it's supposed to be again here. And one BCG. Oh, come on. What I need to do is, I think this is the best sound yet. In fact, that means I got to change some other component values. It's just like the never-ending stuff. There we go. All right, and then I gotta get rid of the clunk. Let me do a quick check here. 15,454.5455 ohms. That's what the preemphasis shunt resistance is. That's exciting! And still nobody on the web SDR. I guess it's still quite a very quiet daytime today. And hello to everybody listening on 3885. If those people are in fact listening on 3885.
I screwed up my output settings. I should have fixed this before I started streaming.
It's okay. You got to work your way up to being one of the big networks. And then, the launch was scrubbed. Just one of my, I have a friend who's an anchor at Fox News, and she just sent out, this is 36 minutes ago. Oh well, you only have one chance to make it perfect, so why rush things if everything isn't right, right? Right. I don't know why people like this this mid-rangey sound. I don't. I'm going to change that. And then you know what? Then everything's going to be back to the way it was before everyone started offering input.
Hey,
how do you like that? I have
Aaron
fallen victim
Sank.
to...
I don't know if I pronounced that right. Thanks for the follow, man.
I
Welcome.
warned everybody on QRZ to avoid. Isn't that ironic? All right. There's only one word for all this. Gah! Nice. Here comes Dave with the lighter fluid just to dump it all over everything.
I'm just trying to help.
It's the thought that counts, yeah.
Headset on and I'm going outside and enjoying something.
Oh, there's...
Hey, Dave.
I'll be listening in case there are more opportunities.
Dave, I had to lower my squelch, man. That's what you doing?
I'm afraid that Philip is going to hear me.
Well, what are you doing? Exciter power over there? Okay. Man, so I started up this stream because I thought people were out here that wanted to talk on ham radio, but boy, I was wrong.
Well, you got to get on there with some content, and encourage people to fire up.
Well, we've got a check-in from Turkey, and we've got a check-in from Manchester, UK, watching. But they're not going to watch if we're this boring.
How are these? Oh, hold on. All right. Sorry, folks. So how are these followers of you finding out about this, that you're on the air on Twitch?
It's a mystery for now, but once I shut the stream, I'll be able to look at my analytics and see where they came from. Sometimes it's browsing Twitch, sometimes it's from other channels, sometimes it's links that I put out there, for instance, my QRZ page. But today's the first day that I'm actually streaming on multiple platforms, so I've got views from YouTube and Twitch right now. And Andrew, yeah, the CPU fan is good to go now, man. But my finger's still a little cut up.
And did you ever hear back from did you ever hear back from Twitch about your typo?
Yeah, they told me to go kick rocks. They really don't have any support for their streamers who like make mistakes. They said, well, yeah, tough cookies, whatever.
Wow, I guess it's time to jump ship over to Facebook streaming, huh?
Which I'm doing right now. I'm on all three. I'm on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So I'm going to phase Twitch out, I guess. I don't know. Maybe I'll keep using it. Who knows?
All right. I'm not going to mess with this thing anymore. I'm kind of tired of all that. It's just it seems tedious. But anyway, so how does this sound? Is this okay? Can I leave it like this, or do I need to keep, twitching with it?
It sounds fine. You sound just fine. And I would say you don't need to screw with it all. But there is some QSB happening that makes it a little hard to tell exactly what you sound like, but it's fine. You have high fidelity AM, that's it.
Are you serious? I just got hung up on...
Would you like to make a call?
No.
Hang up and try again.
I just got hung up on by the second scammer today. Can you believe this? I know there's home. The scammers are hanging up on me. That's so wrong.
Man, why do you do that to yourself?
Oh, it's like, why do people hunt? Same thing as hunting. Why do people, DX? Why do they go after the awards? It's like, well, wait a minute. If you really want to know people who bang their heads against the wall, the 6-meter jockeys. I never got 6 meters, and yet there are people who they swear to that band. I swear at it. Actually, no, it doesn't bother me. I don't fuss about it so much. But there are people who are just serious, hardcore 6-meter jockeys, and they're fine with calling CQ all day or all week, waiting for that weird E-layer thing to happen. And so there's a group of people you can ask the same question to. All right, so how are people going to find this since you're not on your Twitchy thing anymore and you're doing Facebook? What Facebook name? Oh, I'm sorry. What Facebook handle are you on?
Nobody's going to find me through Facebook because my Facebook is super locked down. I kind of just threw it up there in case like my friends want to see my face, but the two platforms I'm focusing on are YouTube and Twitch, both of which you can find in my QRZ profile. W2BTK in New Jersey.
All right. Okay. Murphy, are you going to bark about something? Maybe not. Alright, never mind. Just a potential issue there, but I guess we don't have a potential issue, right? No. Well, alright, so if, pardon for the interrogation, because now you've brought up a question. If your Facebook is for your close friends, so you've got close friends in Turkey and Manchester, England and all that?
No. Let's see. We've got to check in. Turkey was from Twitch. You've got a couple guys here from the UK. One is on YouTube. YouTube and Twitch. Nobody's coming from Facebook. I'm not even watching Facebook. The only way I would know somebody has the stream open is if they comment to me, but Facebook doesn't allow me to comment back to them, so it's really like a lockdown platform that's not worth anything to me at this point. I'm just kind of throwing it out there because I've never streamed on Facebook.
Okay, so for your viewers, your followers in England, hey, how about that Boris Johnson advisor or whatever? What's his name? I forget his last name. Who drove that country? Is he a good guy or not? Because Auntie Beebs is. Of course, I can't think of the guy's name, but come on. That's just because, the Americans are ignorant about European politics. But I am kind of curious.
Mike D. Delta.
Lockdown is enough to get you guys your hackles up.
Well, there. Oh, here he goes. Well, he says Boris is a bit of a fool. And I don't know if it's technically right for me to be passing third-party traffic like this. But yeah, he said he's a bit of a fool.
And what year do you think a comb was last dragged through his hair? That's another kind of thing I've been wondering quite a bit. But anyway, N1BCG, you can pass all kinds of traffic like this because you're not actually transmitting them. I mean, you could be reading from a book. You could be making it up. So, I don't think it's an issue.
No, yeah, I guess I can say what they're saying to me, but I can't talk directly to them over the air. That's what it is. So I have to, when I respond to these guys, I've got to type it and not say it on the air in order to be compliant with our Federal Communications Commission here in the U.S. The lovely FCC, they do a great job.
I don't believe that's correct because first of all, you're in a QSO with me, so I'm the one who's hearing all of that through ham radio. They're not. So I don't think there's an issue there.
If somebody wanted to make it an issue, which is likely because there's a lot of people that I think pretty much don't like me, they could. So, but anyway, he said he voted for the party, but he isn't the greatest.
Well, there was always Theresa May, but she got kicked to the curb repeatedly. And then I guess David Cameron's regretting that whole Brexit vote thing. Yeah, let's let the folks decide whether we should do it or not. Oh, that didn't work out. That's okay. Live and learn, I guess. But who in the world, seriously, you rewind the clock, you go back a couple of years, who would have seen Boris Johnson running the entire enchilada over there? Never. And didn't he run like a gazelle when Brexit first happened and they turned to him and said, well, you know what? You wanted Brexit so much, you be prime minister. And he ran screaming over the hill with his hands over his head saying he had no idea what to do next. And then you hit the fast forward button and now he's running the country. I don't know. Europe thinks that the U.S. politics are a mess, but you gotta admit, that's pretty wacky right there.
Man, I was listening nice and wide before, but I can't now. Somebody jumped on 75. Dang it.
It's okay. They probably tuned up here at 85 and said, those guys aren't interesting. I'm going to start my own QSO. So apparently they feel that they've got the happening frequency. Here's the Murph man. Are you going to come up? Yeah. All right. I got my boy with me now. Now I can sit back. I got my 16-pound, or did you lose weight? Are you now 15? We got to weigh you. My 15 or 16, I'm not sure, pound miniature pincher mix. You good boy. You're the best boy ever. You're the best son any dad could have in my book. You even look like me. Okay, because we're both wearing black today. In one BCG.
The Murph man. He's got, well, Murph man's the man.
Oh, he is, and he just sprawled out on my lap, so he's poopered out. He went over and he saw his girlfriends today. He has not one but two girlfriends. He is doing way better than Dad, way better. I need to take a page from his book, because he knows how to be smooth with the ladies. So he's got it going on. Yeah, I was over at Camp Tucktail this afternoon for a little bit while Dad did radio station stuff, and now he's been running around with his girls, and now he's all puckered out. What's this? Effington Short the Fourth. This is all quite obtuse in an acute manner. I find your comment very triangular there, Effington. And best relegated to the common people and the unwashed masses. Yeah, I was going to say the great unwashed, or the proletariat, or how about the bourgeois? The unwashed masses, certainly not for a man of means as myself. Well there, E.S. the Fourth. That's quite a message, as we like to say here on 75 meters.
Oh, my death zone flag just fell down in the other room.
What's that?
You know, like the skull and crossbones flag I had in there in the shack.
Well, you're Jolly Roger?
Yeah, it fell down.
How do you know?
I heard a noise and I turned around and I saw it fall.
Oh, I thought you leave the crash doors closed. The fire doors between the two rooms, you know, just in case.
No, it's open right now. There's no reason for it to be closed. I'm just running a pair of plate modulated 6146s. They don't make much heat or noise.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, you know, your signal's great here. See, that's the thing. I think you're dismissing the charm and the allure of Billy 1.0. You remember back in the day when BTK, I don't know, you had a different call sign. In the pre-BTK days, when you show it up here on 75 meters running a self-updated or modified, tricked out Viking 2 and a homebrew modulation scheme using power transformers that everybody said, "Oh, you can't do that. You need real mod iron." And yet you did it anyway and sounded great, and everyone thought you were like the bee's knees. See, you should never have dumped that marketing agency. I think you've been getting bad advice since then.
Oh yeah, I remember those days, Clark, when I used to get out here all the time with 100 watts and Frank SDR and Bob KBW and Steve STH used to walk all over me and double with me, and I'd have to fight to get in there, and I'd get discouraged, and people would kind of bat me around and, you know, double with me and not care. Well, now it's not like that anymore. And it's never going to be like that anymore because I've changed. I don't enjoy that. And all this pecker swinging that happens on these frequencies, you know, I can solve it real easy. I walk in the other room and I push a button. And then I come back out here and nobody doubles with me anymore.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things you've said there. First of all, I could have been the one to say that, too. Because that happens to me all the time. So it's not a power thing. Not like I'm running monster power, but the other thing is, which is actually the more important point to be made here, is that they don't do that on purpose. Very interesting. You mentioned 3 ops. Yeah, they run power, but the bigger point here is that all 3 listen on SDRs, and therein is the issue. Because I've noticed that when you're running an SDR's receiver, that latency, I know they're not supposed to have a lot, but it's enough. It's enough. You know, look at automobile racing. You know, here hundredths of a second count. Same thing with the Olympics. You know, and it's the same thing with these guys. All 3 of them SDR receivers, which means when they hear, oh, it's time to key up, someone has already keyed up first, like you or me or anybody else. But only one of the 3 will say, "Let me see if I'm doubling," because I think he knows that there's the latency. But the others, and I'm not singling the other 2 out, as happens with anybody who's got an SDR. It's just there's that damn delay in there. You know, even with a flex, even with a non, there's delay. And because of that, if you quick key, you're always going to step on somebody because you're hearing everything delayed enough that people using analog receivers are not subjected to that. And when BCG.
Well, that's a good point, Clark, and I know you like to give people the benefit of the doubt, but what I have to say about that is, yeah, okay, so they might be running an SDR with some latency, and they might not really mean to double with everyone all the time, but if I'm out there running 100 watts and they're out there running closer to 2 kilowatts, which we all know a 24 FET E-rig, that's about 50 watts per FET carrier, 1,800 watts, and they get out there and run that all the time, they don't have to check. They just key up and talk, and they're not worried about it. But when I come out and I run, 400 watts, and I've got my peaks up there at legal limit, I compete with them. Sometimes I walk on them. And nowadays, they check, because they know they might not be able to just flatten everything. So they're a lot more courteous. I've noticed that change since I've made my changes.
I'm still not following this totally and here's why. I will explain why. Because if you've got, let's say you've got a QSO where you've got several people running power, and then you've got, let's just say, one person running 100 watts. Everyone's running monster power, and one person's running 100 watts. In a scenario like that, how does someone know that they're going to block you when they key up? Anybody else could be keying up. They could be doubling. I've heard monster power stations key over each other, you know, for like 30 seconds. And people do it to each other, regardless of what kind of transmitters they're running. It's just this delay, you know, and then people get very excited about saying something. Like they listen to what someone's saying and they're like, oh, I know exactly what I want to say, and they pre-key up. You ever done that? You ever, when someone's is wrapping up and you can tell, and they're giving like the end of their call sign, they haven't even gotten the last letter out, and someone's already keyed up? They don't know that they're keying up over you. So I hear you, but I think you're taking this way too personal. One BCG.
And I think you're giving people too much credit, because in terms of what you're saying, like, nobody ever comes out here and swings their pecker around. You know, that's what you're saying, and I'm saying that that's not true. People do that.
I didn't say that. See, now that this is important that we're having this talk, is I did not say that. I didn't say that people don't want to run big power. I said that when they key up, they're not keying up just to key over you. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, and I agree with you, but the fact is, if I'm running 100 watts and I'm talking to somebody, and now it's time for me to respond, only they have something to say to that person also, they're not going to think twice. They're just going to key up and not even worry about it, because the other person's going to hear them. It's not because they want to key on me. It's just because they think, oh man, well I'm the channel master. I can just kind of, do skillless operating and it'll be fine. But when I run power, it doesn't work so good, and people have to chill out and use their skills. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're saying, but there's pieces missing here of that argument, because you're forgetting that there's several people, all who could be on the frequency together, and they're all running power. And if you quick key, you could be keying up over somebody else running big powers. See, it changes nothing.
Yeah, it just makes it not quite as easy to be flattened. And after a couple of times of somebody doubling, maybe with me, and the person that they're trying to talk to doesn't respond to them, and they respond to me, maybe 2 or 3 times in the QSO, yeah, now they're going to start checking every time. And they wouldn't do that at all if I was running 100 watts. That's my point.
Still, if you've got 5 ops in a QSO on a frequency, and 4 of them are running, gigawatts, and one of them is running 100 watts, and someone says something that people want to respond to, I think people are just going to key up whenever. And you could have 5 people all keying up together. It's just going to happen, and it doesn't matter how much power anybody's running, because I don't think they think like that. They just key up. As I said before, I think they key up too fast.
Exactly.
But it's a crapshoot. I mean, it's because you don't know who else is going to key up. But you would never have that in a round table, and that's why some people love round tables, because and I hate them, because it's like, yeah, right, I'm going to wait 20 minutes to, hey, find business on that, and then find business on this, and double plus unfind business on the, on the leprosy, whatever. But I don't know. I feel like I'm just struggling to look for different ways to say the same thing. But as I said, I think you are making yourself miserable by looking at it this way.
No, No, you exactly stated my point. Like what you said is exactly what I'm saying. You know, you break-in works just fine. You check to see if you're doubling. If there's 5 people in the QSO, that's a little bit much to begin with. But when that happens, and you want to respond, and you think others might want to respond, you do that, and you see if someone's underneath you. And if they are, you let it go, and you wait your turn. But none of those guys do that. They don't care. They don't care if they're flattening somebody. It's skillless operating, Clark. First of all, if you're going to join a QSO of 5 people, you better listen for about 10 minutes before you key up. Get a gist of the conversation. That way everybody in the QSO has a chance to say something. You can take note of it and then join the QSO with something relevant. You know, these guys, they hop in and kill the QSO and change the subject, and then somebody else comes in and they start talking to them, and they just click key to each other, and if anyone wants to get in there, they're screwed. And whatever conversation you were happening is now dead, and that's what I'm talking about. It's no skills, you know. Break-in's fine. Check to see if you're doubling. You know, it's easy. But those guys, you know, I'm running a lot of power, you know, like they just don't, it doesn't cross their mind that they should be doing that because, I'm being heard. And you can hear these guys saying that kind of stuff when they're on the air too.
I know you say those guys, but it's not those guys. It could be anybody. It could be anybody. This goes on all over the place. Yeah, I mean, you're hearing these frequencies because you listen here a lot. This stuff goes on 40 meters. And half of, you know, the folks you say are those guys aren't even on 40 meters. I love 40 meters. I'm on 40 meters a lot on the weekends. And I hear all the same stuff. So, like I said, I think that you are making yourself upset here to a very large degree. I mean, you make a valid point. It sucks, especially if someone says, so what do you think, Bill? And then you key up to say something, and then when you unkey, somebody else is already responding, and their name isn't Bill. Now, if you want to talk about stuff like that, yeah, okay, that's you're right. That's bad on. You know, it's like then you have.
That's what I'm talking about.
Well, why do they find that important? Their name's not even Bill. The question wasn't directed to them, and yet they're keyed and you know talked over me. That law is valid. You just, that right there, if you want to argue that fight, I'm all about that. I hear you. It happens to me. But it has nothing to do with power. I could be running 5 gigawatts and on key, and someone running 100 watts could be keyed up. And then the person would be like, well, I heard you, but someone else also keyed up. And now you and the station who asked you a question are waiting for the 100-watt station to unkey. So you say, yeah, well, we doubled. And even that's happened to me, and I've been the 100-watt station. Anyway, I don't think that we're going to get anywhere, but I think you should think about that. I think you should consider just imagine maybe on just an outside chance you're taking things personally. You have a point, but you have maybe 40% point, and I'm thinking you have 60%, you're making yourself upset. That's important. And one BCG.
Well, you know what, Clark? There's only a certain number of guys that get out here and do AM regularly, and 50% of them are complete skillless. It's no good, you know. That's a bad ratio, and it does make me upset that there's so many talentless operators out here doing stuff like that, and it ruins it for me. And so yeah, I'm upset, and I'm entitled to be, because that's BS. It's just I don't need it, you know. What's the point in turning all this crap on? You know, do you know how much like electronics I'm running right now? How much time and energy I had to put into this station to make it work and all this crap for what? So I can talk to these idiots?
You know, you could you could be making the same argument about how much you love being on sideband and 40 meters, but the guys on 7200 just keep ticking you off. And every time you try to get in a word edgewise on 7200, some guy comes back and accelerates like an F-bomb or makes insults about stuff, and it's like, Bill, I hear all this stuff, but it's like, why is this right here so important? There is 40 meters. 40 meters, by the way, at night. I haven't. What's up, Anthony? You sitting over there being upset? Oh, because I'm yelling. He gets. Yeah, all right. He was off all night. He's been yelling now. It's upsetting. He is so sensitive. He is so sensitive. If I like continue like this, he's actually going to be. He's going to throw up tonight. Come on up. Come on. Sorry, you guys, you're going to have to just listen to the carrier. My son here, my miniature pincher, is upset, and he is a priority to me. All right, there we go. You better? He's right at the mic. So, okay, I gotta tone it down so I don't upset him. There are other bands. If you have your extra, and you do, there's 3705. There's QSOs all over 75 meters and 40. So, you know, you don't have to put up with anything. In fact, you can even work sideband, and then you're open up to a lot of options for frequencies. So again, this brings me right back to what I said a few minutes ago. I think you're bringing a lot of this angst onto yourself by saying, I have to work on just these frequencies, and I'm not happy because these people make me upset. Well, ham radio is full of frequencies. Maybe it's time to explore a little bit. And one PCG.
You know, the fact that you just compared 3885 to 7200 completely solidifies my point. You know what I mean? And also, I didn't like the fact that you said if I switch to single sideband mode, I have more frequencies available, because that's just not true at all. And I hate that people perpetuate that AM window crap. You can operate anywhere you want in the AM mode, you know, short of like, you know, the CW portion of the bands, but anywhere you have phone privileges, you can fire up AM and do it. It's perfectly fine. And there's a stigma attached to it, and you're perpetuating that as well. No good. This is W2BTK on Montana Mountain in New Jersey.
Now, I find it very funny that you're lecturing one of the organizers of the AM rally on AM and sideband. You're right. You're right. But what I didn't say, which I thought was implied, is that if you get on AM and just show up on any old frequency and start calling CQ, you will get responded to on sideband. I'm just saying, why fight an uphill battle? You know, there are areas where you're going to find AM activity, and there are areas where you're going to find sideband activity. But it's true. AM can set up camp anywhere. But, you know, what I'm saying is if it's, let's say, nighttime, not now necessarily because there's a lot of open space, but let's say that you get tired of this area. Notice I didn't say anything about AM something or others with a W. If you're in this area of the 75 meter band and you just don't want to deal with whoever's on the air here anymore, well, first of all, there's even in this range, there's several frequencies. Okay, 2 practically. But if you decide you get tired of that, now you can dial around on 75 meters if you don't feel like switching bands. The thing is most of the other conversations are going to be on sideband. So that's why I said, you know, switch to sideband. Not because I'm saying, oh, you can't operate AM elsewhere. I'm saying if most of the frequencies are already occupied with QSOs, you can't just go show up on AM when somebody's already having a conversation on sideband. That's nuts. Just say, and it works the other way around. And as far as my comparing 7200 and 3885, 3875, all that stuff, I can't even believe you brought that up. You are ornery. I was called ornery by my girlfriend from Oklahoma years ago. And I said, is that the same as ornery? And she goes, no, that's ornery, and you're ornery. And I said, that's hysterical. I've never heard of the word ornery. And I started laughing, and she goes, wow, now you're even more ornery. And then that made me laugh harder, and that got her even more ticked off. It was a bad cycle we got into.
Yeah, well, you got to be careful when you talk to me, because I actually listen to what you say, process it, form an opinion, and spit it back. And that's another problem I have with a lot of these operators. They don't do that. They're just waiting their turn to spew whatever's on their mind.
What was the Riley Hollingsworth suggestion for anybody who doesn't like what they're hearing? One big knob. I think that was sort of like the unofficial title of his presentation at the 2009, is that right? 2009 Dayton Hamvention when he spoke. Can you imagine that? The FCC agent who's kind of in charge of enforcement for the amateur bands, Riley Hollingsworth, gets up and makes a presentation to ham radio operators. I wasn't even, I was doing ham radio in 2009. God, it seems so long ago. Well, anyway, that would have been an interesting one to be there for. But it's all on YouTube. You can watch it. Someone made a video and posted up on YouTube. But the short of all that is he basically says if you don't like what you're hearing, use that one big knob. So that's what I think. That's what I think is worth for you to try doing if you don't like hearing stuff. And by the way, look, we've had this QSO now for what, 40 minutes, and you haven't gone away and you haven't gotten angry. So see, you can enjoy ham radio. It's amazing, but it can happen.
But literally what you're telling me here, Clark, is that because there's so many idiots on 3885, I should go somewhere else. And I think it's the opposite. Truly.
You are ornery. I'm not saying there's a lot of idiots on 3885. I'm saying whatever. First, come on now. Look at all the fine business operators that are on 3885. What about, actually, I am not even going to make a list of them because first of all, I'd be upset if I forgot some. There's literally the expression too many to mention. Too many to mention. And it's not a frequency. It's not like 3885 or 3880 or 75 or whatever. My point here is well, actually, I've got another point for you because I think I've already said all the other points a lot over and over, but you don't want to hear it. And I've got another one for you. I think if you're getting to the point where ham radio is making you upset, there are other things you need to find that you like to do. Ham radio should not be, this is pissing me off, but I'm going to continue to do it. That should never be the case. This is a hobby. This should be like you drop it on a moment's notice, the moment it's not fun. And you know who's good about that? You know who actually, what operator has got that down pat? You'll be surprised. This is going to be a big surprise to you. KBW. Bob KBW has mastered that. Because if you listen to how he handles stuff, is when he's got other stuff to do, Hannity's on, got to jump. Or, you know what, the band's going along, I'll see you guys later. He's out of there. He doesn't hang out if he's not enjoying what's going on. And ironically, I think that there's a page we could all take a book from. There's a book we can all take a page from, is what he's struggling to say. You know, it's like, this is not supposed to be, I'm going to slug it out because I have to be on ham radio. This should be something that you do, and the moment it's not fun, just do something else. That's what I say. And one BCG.
Yeah, there are a lot of fine business operators out here on 75 AM, but they make themselves scarce. You know, the guys who are out here every night spewing are pretty much the ones I'm talking about. Every once in a while, you'll get a sprinkling of these guys who are, you know, the ones you're talking about. But the ones I'm talking about are normal. and the ones you're talking about are kind of scarce. So if you want to get on here and operate once every 2 weeks and maybe bump into one of those guys and do other stuff, yeah, that's cool. But if you actually want to get on the radio every night, you're going to be stuck talking to a bunch of idiots.
Way too many frequencies, way too many bands for that.
Well, again, what? So I should just beat it? We'll just let all this perpetuate itself, and then, you know what? There's gonna be no operators with skills out here anymore. They're all gonna go away to other bands and stuff, and that's really sad. Hey, Lou.
And what do your video followers think about all this? They've got to be thinking, boy, this isn't what I thought I was going to be hearing on this thing.
I don't know. Louis in here. He's saying hello, and then I'm talking to my buddy in the UK about licensing, and he was asking, if we need a license and this and that, and I was just explaining to him. So I'm having 2 conversations.
All right, I have a suggestion. Although I've been saying that over and over for the past 45 minutes, but I have another suggestion, because the things that I'm saying aren't sinking in, so I'm going to just keep looking for different approaches to say the same thing, but the one that you'll say, oh, okay, that makes sense. I'll give you another example here. No, I'm not saying that you should think of this as, well, I'm going to let people who upset me chase me off the frequency. You gotta take the mirror of that. You've got to say, this isn't fun, and I'm not going to let them drag me down, because this isn't the kind of QSO or the conversation or whatever that, or even the topic that I want to participate in. So I'm better than this. I'm going to go do something else. You could look at it from that standpoint. Take yourself out of the situation that you're not having fun with. So there's no reason to immerse yourself, or even to drag yourself continuing through a QSO or whatever that you're not enjoying. It's just at the drop of a hat. You say, I gotta go. I've got something to do. And you don't even have to say why you're leaving. Be like, hey, guys, see you. Bye. And then come back some other time. Or go check out other frequencies. So many options. But you shouldn't like say, damn it, I'm going to stand my ground here and complain that these guys are not entertaining or they're rude or whatever. Because I don't think that they're trying to be rude, and I don't think that ham radio is supposed to be entertaining. I lied, I do, but that's a tough request. But anyway, so there you go. And one BCG.
Yeah, but talking about it and getting upset about it and then talking about it facilitates change. It enables change. And by taking a passive approach that you're talking about, that encourages it. And not so much that it encourages it, but if you're not combating it, you might as well be encouraging it. And I'm here to combat it because I hate it. And, as long as I am able to get up out of bed and key this microphone, I'm going to draw as much attention to it as I can because it pisses me off. And that's that. I'm combating it. It's something I don't like, and I'm trying to do what I can about it, rather than taking a passive approach. So I'm going to continue to talk about all this stuff probably every time I'm on the air until it changes. Which I realize it never will. But I'm not going to back down. I'm going to combat this. I'm not going to be passive. I'm not going to let it happen without drawing attention to it. That's all. W2BTK.
It's not being passive, Bill. It's being active. But for you to say, I'm not enjoying this and I'm heading out of town, I'm going to go do something else, that's active. That's not passive. What you're saying is staying there and combating people. That's passive. I'm surprised that we're having that discussion, because that's not the right thing. And also, you answered your own question. Said, I know I'm not going to win. There you go. I know I'm not going to win. Why would you do that? Why would you go into a battle you know you won't win? But I will definitely guarantee you this. If you take issue with ops and they're just doing what they do, and especially if they're all having a good time, but they're just doing what they do, and you start calling them out, then you're A, you're right, you're not going to win, and B, you're going to go from somebody who you're from and like to talk to, and yeah, it's not intentional, but everybody gets that. You're going to go from that to, oh, him. And the problem is that's very hard to come back from. You can't restore people's, liking you or even wanting to talk to you. So I am going to ask you as a friend, don't do that. Think twice. You don't want to start combating people because it's... You said it. I didn't. It's a battle you're not going to win. And it's something you should think about. I don't want to talk about this anymore. If you want to talk about this more, you can call me or text me. But it is 5:45. I am sure that people who wanted to get on 3885 and have a fun conversation are sitting there going, damn. So let's not shock them any further. N1 BCG.
All right, well, real quick, let me just put some closure on all this because I have something to say about that. Clark, what do you know about the Revolutionary War? What do you know about what happened there? There's these trained soldiers, these redcoats, huge numbers, better weaponry, all this stuff. And then we've got these ragtag, Americans, there's not a chance in the world they're going to win. What the hell happened?
Let me guess. The British soldiers all lined up in neat rows in open spaces and expected to be met by the settlers who were also supposed to line up in neat rows, and then they were going to agree that, okay, we're going to load our muskets, and on the count of 3 we're going to start shooting each other. But no, the settlers knew they were, going up against the British Army? That's not going to work. So they hid behind rocks. I'm not taking your point. The settlers didn't say this is a battle we can't win. The settlers said this is a battle we know how to win, and it's not going to be by traditional means. What you're suggesting you do on the radio, we already know how that's going to turn out. That history book's been written over and over again. So there you go. Now I am done with it.
All right. Whatever. But being passive is just going to perpetuate all this crap. It doesn't make me happy. And I know there's a lot of people that agree with me about all this stuff. And they don't say anything, and they don't actively do anything about it. They just disappear. And that's sad to me. And that's where we'll end it. W2BTK, what else is going on?
And that is a call for a different conversation on frequency. I am going to go get an adult beverage because I need it big time right now. You drive me to drinking. That's not a good thing. And on BCG, I'll be back.
Have one for me, Clark. KD2NGO.
Anybody else? I'm excited. If you want to buy me rounds, I'm ready for it.
The Oscar Hotel.
Oh, I've heard of you.
Well, hello, Clark, and hello, Bill.
Hi.
How are you guys doing? Actually, I think I got my wrong profile on here. Give me a sec.
Yeah, Clark had his wrong profile on for a while there. And then he got his right profile.
Well, hopefully I'm coming in just a little bit better now. I don't know. I guess I should have paid a little bit more attention. I was over on 20 meters. 20 meters is pretty active right now, making some EX contacts.
Ah, that sounds fun. I haven't done that in a while. I should do that. My stuff works really well on 20 meters. This antenna, it's pretty low-B. The pattern, but where there are those weird lobes, there's quite a bit of gain. Being that it's slightly longer than resonant on this frequency. On 20 meters, it makes a really weird pattern, but it's got gain. So sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
I'm sorry, Bill. Did you say you're running a dipole?
Yeah, it's an open wire fed diapoly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean that's all I run is the dipole. I've got a 80, 20, 40 fan dipole.
Oh, it's a fan dipole. Yeah, I'm not too big on those. I'm not a fan of the fan dipole. I've just got a normal flat top. It's about 135, 140 foot overall. And it's fed with open wire line, homebrew, double balanced antenna tuner. It's good from 160 meters up to 10 meters.
And does the so you have to expect. So you have one long wire, and then how do you stay resonant in one particular area, or do you just rely on tuning?
No, it's all tuning. The antenna is not resonant anywhere on pretty much any ham frequency. I think it's naturally resonant just above 2 megahertz. But as far as like getting on anywhere with no tuner, the SWR is atrocious. Reactance, this and that. I just use the tuners is super low loss. It's not like a T-tuner like most people think of. It's actually balanced in, balanced out. It's got an inductor in series with each leg of the feed line and a capacitor in parallel, either on the hot side or the cold side of the inductors based on feed point impedance. But I pretty much leave it on the hot side because most of my antennas are above 50 ohms feed point impedance. So I just do it like that. The same way they do it at like an AM broadcast station.
Okay. Well, yeah, you're sounding really good here on 3885. Yeah, I guess I run the fan just, allows me to, I guess, have a little bit more natural resonance on the frequencies there, 20 and 40 and 80. Although on the 80, it is really just resonant right here in this area, 3875 to 3890 or something like that.
Yeah, no, that works. Cutting antennas to length, making them resonant works. But I just don't do it that way. That's all.
And there's definitely something to be said about having one wire and not having to pull the thing back down and trim and get it set up right. That's for sure.
Yeah, I trim my antenna electrically. The same way they do it in, like if you've got a Henry 2K or something sitting in the corner, it's the same way they do the output of that.
Yeah, copy that. Yeah, Bill, I didn't realize you ran a live stream as well. I just picked that up. I just turned it on actually.
Well, howdy. Where are you watching from? Because I'm streaming to 3 different places right now, I think.
I pulled you up on Twitch at the moment, and checking it out there. I see you got the vape thing going.
Yeah, I like this vape. I make my own liquid too, just vegetable glycerin and flavoring, diacetyl free. I checked the safety data sheet before I buy that crap. But yeah, Louis was saying if you go on my QRZ page, there's a picture of my tuner. You can see it. Got the feed line there's no coax at all in this setup. There's 2 wires coming off the top of the tuner. They go out the roof, and they penetrate the ceiling of the shack that goes into the attic with ceramic insulators, and then it jogs through the attic about 3 feet and pops up out of my roof with a pair of Teflon sleeves that I made. Basically, just put some of those flashing booties on the roof there, and it goes right up to the antenna. No coax at all. Well, yeah, you can see on my QRZ page. W2BTK.
Yeah, Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel here. Yeah, I was checking it out. It's pretty cool. Definitely have to go back and read it when I'm not talking. I can't do 2 things at once. Yeah, I think that's a trip. Seeing, I have never really seen until like I met Perry and now you doing the live radio with the streaming, and then actually people watching it. It's pretty interesting. I was actually gonna send you a message, but I figured, well, you and Clark went to get a beverage, so it'd probably just be easier to jump in on the air and instead of typing a message.
And it's preferred too. You know, if you have the means to get on the air and talk, do it. That's what I say. You know, like actually a couple of people that have been popping into the live feed here and there, you know, started out as non-hams, and at least 1 or 2 of them are now hams. Hey, look at that, Hall Trail. Thanks for the follow, bud.
You're welcome. That was me.
I figured as much.
Yeah, the only thing that gets that throws me off a little bit is same with Perry. You know, just a little lag there. If I'm watching you, it throws my brain off a little bit because you're when it's my turn to talk, you're still talking.
Yeah, there's not too much I can do about that. That's just the internet. Everybody's got a little bit of a lag on Twitch. Twitch seems to be a little less laggy than some of the other platforms, though. I notice I get a little more latency on YouTube in most cases. Sometimes YouTube is faster, but not usually. How is the lag right now? Is it like a couple seconds or like closer to 10? Because sometimes it's like that bad.
No, my son's behind me. He said 10. No, it's only like 3 or 4 seconds actually. So yeah, it's not too bad. Yeah, actually, I've seen it a lot worse occasionally with Perry's on. Actually, his. I think he was saying his the opposite. He gets better or less lag time on YouTube than he does on Twitch. And I did notice that with him. It could be maybe it's just difference in carriers. I don't know. But yeah, this AM is kind of new for me. Actually, I've only been doing this for a couple weeks now. I actually started off with just my Yaesu FTDX 3000. I guess it's called a rice box, and the Ameritron AL80B as an amplifier, and then I got to talking to KB3WFV Brian, who's my practically a neighbor of mine, and kind of did an impulse buy and bought the Flex 6400 here. So that's what I'm using now, which gave me a little bit more control over my transmission width and sound than the FTDX 3000. Still using the same Ameritron AL80B. But yeah, this has been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying getting on here in the evenings and chatting with the group. A little different than doing DX contesting. Not contesting, but DX contacts.
Wait, you're talking on a rice box right now?
No, I'm on the I'm on the Flex 6400 now. That was the impulse buy. I bought that 2 weeks ago, actually.
Oh wow, yeah, I was gonna say you sound phenomenal. So, yeah, Flex will do that for you. They're nice, man. Like someday I'm gonna get myself an SDR transceiver, maybe a Flex, probably an Anon, but man, those things are cool. And all that pure signal stuff that you can do with them to improve your IMD and all that is phenomenal. I mean, it's the bee's knees, man. But I feel like if I were to get something like that, I might get lazy, you know? Like right now I'm running plate modulated transmitter with a homebrew modulator, and it requires, like, you know, you gotta be on your toes a little bit when you want to change stuff and do stuff. You got to think about it a little more. It's more involved, and hey, I'm young and I'm trying to learn stuff, so I struggle with all this crap. But having something like a flexor and a non really appeals to me, man. You can just stick it in there, pipe some good audio into it, get on the air. You'd be clean as a whistle, and I mean, they're great. They're almost too good, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, I hear you, Bill. I mean, I think if you're somebody, I mean, it appealed to me because, well, honestly, I didn't even really know what I was getting into. I had a lot of help. Like I said, Brian spent the better half of a day helping me get it set up and get the audio quality sounding as it is now, which pretty much sounds like my voice. But yeah, I think for me, you know, it was good. Basically, I mean, it really is. I mean, I guess, Bill, it's kind of like cheating, right? I mean, you plug it in, you use your mouse to make a few adjustments, and yeah, I mean, it was pretty simple, really, at the end of the day, how quick it was to get set up. I mean, but I mean, if you're a real pure hobbyist, I mean, I can see what you're doing is a lot of fun. You get to experiment, put stuff together, you know, try different things out. I mean, that is definitely cool. I'm just not very good with intricate soldering type of work or even circuitry, really. So yeah, from that standpoint, yeah, I would probably blow things up. I mean, I work in an office all day, but you know, my other side thing is I like to plasma cut and do welding and fabricate things. That's a little bit more my style, I guess.
W2 very weak.
Hey, Dave. Welcome. Well, all the electronic stuff, yeah, that's cool, but like what I'm doing over here, most of the go-to tools I use to work on this tube stuff are like big screwdrivers and drills and, you know, knockout punches and stuff you'd see in a welding shop. You know, it's all heavy, big stuff. Not a lot of little electronic, you know, semiconductor components that I work on anymore. That was more like my CB days. I learned all that crap on the CB, and I was doing a lot of little tiny soldering and all that crap. But since I've been on the ham bands, it's all like tubes and big stuff and knocking holes and stuff, drilling and blasting. I think you'd be into it. Hey, Dave, what's up, man? That's W2VW out there. That's one of my favorite operators in the world. W2BTK in New Jersey.
Yeah, hello. I guess the other guy here whose call I missed because I wasn't paying that much attention. It's down there by Brian. I've heard you on there doing well. Yeah, I thought I'd stop by and say hello after my quick drive-by before I was out back working on the Gadden and listening to you guys on the wireless headset. So thanks for the entertainment. My audio profile's all screwed up here, so I apologize. W2 very weak.
Yeah, you sound kind of round. But hear that, Clark? People were listening and enjoying our Q show.
Yes, very entertaining.
Dave, the call sign here was Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel, and the name here is also David.
Ah, W3 Ohio.
Yes, W3O.
Used to know W1 Mexican, W1XE. Anyway, doing very well up here on Beechwood Mountain, where the air is rarefied.
That's a cool name for a location. Beach Mountain.
Beechwood Mountain.
Yeah, I'm over here pulling the bass out of my equalizer while I'm talking to you guys, like leaning over here like, somebody talk for a minute. I had the thing set up to do something else, and I got to get my photograph out of where it was, because, yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it's Beechwood Mountain. It's the highest point between north and south Beechwood in New Jersey.
Okay, yeah, copy that. Beechwood. So, I assume that means you have a lot of, well, I guess maybe that's a bad assumption. Maybe you have a lot of beech trees. And, good evening, Clark.
Good evening.
Hi, Clark.
Good evening.
Hi, Dave.
Clark.
W3 MMR.
Oh, and the group grows, like doubled in seconds.
I've been listening for a while, just figured I'd make my presence known.
You were listening and you still checked in.
That's right.
Oh, I have way too much bass. Man, did my waveform look great on the scope, but now it doesn't.
Oh, it's for the best.
Anyway. Hi, Perry.
Hello, Dave.
Hello, Perry. Now you have to say hi to Dave again.
Hello, Dave. Dave.
Feeling outnumbered?
Oh, that happens, we show up in quantity sometimes.
What was that, a wine glass?
Yeah, I could call up and get the guy that gave you that germanium diodes, get him on here too.
That'd be fantastic.
You never talked to him?
Not on the air, at least not that I know.
I have questions for that guy.
To him all the time. I talk to him like once every 3 years. We had a nice conversation on 10 meters once.
Darn nice guy and knows his stuff, so that's a real nice combination.
You should get him out here. I have questions for him.
And I don't say that about just anybody.
Dave, you doubled on top of Billy, so you're not helping my point.
Yeah, come about, Dave.
I'll wait.
It wasn't me, Billy. It was the other Dave.
Oh. I guess this is like the 4th time. You should get him out here, because I have questions for him.
That's probably why he doesn't want to get on.
I'm sure of it. Man, what's my signal strength like in Beechwood?
You're 25 over guess 9.
Yeah, that'll work.
Hey, you're fine. Want me to turn my power down so if we double, people can hear you?
No. It's your turn, man. It's your turn.
Yeah, I'm only running about 150 watts of output here. I haven't used this rig in so long. I figure I'll give the bugs a chance to make it out alive.
Wait, what rig is that?
That's about all max I can run, actually, is about 150. Perry tells me I could probably go to about 200 and leave it on for about 20 minutes.
It's amazing what you can get away with when you make a mistake, maybe once.
What rig is that, Dave?
This is the 500.
nice.
$8,500. So, Dave, can you elaborate just a little bit more?
Yes, remove the 8. It's a 500.
Okay, a 500. I'm guessing I should know what that. Maybe I'm supposed to know what that is. That I don't know what that is. The Icon Yaesu E-Class rig.
Did you take your AM endorsement when you got your general license?
It's a great big Johnson.
Copy that. Yeah, you guys probably know as well as I do. They don't ask you any of the cool types of things that we need to know when we're getting our license.
So you don't want to go out?
No.
I figured that much. Okay. Hi, Billy.
It's Ada walking by to say, "What are your plans, Dave?"
Yeah. Do you need dinner? If you're having a tomato, you want me to slice you a tomato and some cheese?
Yeah, but not too much, because you'll give me too much.
I'll slice you half a tomato, and I'll give you a slice of cheese for every slice of tomato. And you want some basil on that?
Oh, you're so nice.
Yeah, I am nice. Don't forget it. John wants to know when
Dave's got that life.
Oh boy. Okay. W2VW. It's an old 1957 EF Junkston transmitter that at one point was worth $50, and another point was worth probably $5,000, and now it's worth who knows.
Hi, Ada.
She went to the kitchen. Billy says hello.
Hi.
Dog says hello too.
Gotham. Woof woof.
Yeah, okay, Dave. I get it now. Yeah, I don't know a lot about the older, I guess they're called the boat anchors, big transceivers. I don't know much about them.
Well, a real boat anchor had to have been very heavy, enough to hurt you when you're carrying it, and worth nearly nothing or completely nothing at a hamfest at some point. The word boat anchor has been co-opted by people who think that it means any old radio. It doesn't. That's a classic radio, and there aren't any boat anchor transceivers. Well, maybe there are, but they're really transmitter receivers. But you're not going to get that, like, you come here and you got Billy telling you that you don't need a resonant antenna, and boat anchor isn't a boat anchor. What are we going to, how are we going to top that? I'll put the dog on. The dog will tell you.
Oh, there's ways.
And by the way, I'm running a non-resonant antenna.
And you're strapping.
Just be gentle, guys. I'm only 4 weeks in on the AM, so I don't even know what it means to be strapping somebody yet.
Okay, no problem. Well, good to hear you on here. You're doing well. For being on for such a short time, you got your stuff together. Hey, you! If you don't cut that out...
Here.
And 'tis the season for ants.
Now, I gotta say too, yeah, you don't know what's going on here. You're doing just fine, man. Like, you've got good audio and a big signal, and it's nice, man. You're ahead of the curve, I'd say.
Well, I do appreciate that, Bill. I definitely had some help getting set up, so, but that's one thing I like coming out here. I seem to learn something new every time I'm on the air here and get involved in conversations. So, and that's the part I like.
That's a great thing.
And that's the hardest part right there, just getting a good signal and sounding good. So, I mean, there are people that never get that part, although they know all the vernacular and all that other stuff. So, that's great. You should really enjoy yourself.
I've definitely been enjoying myself. Definitely a different part of the hobby than just hopping on here and making DX contacts, short contacts. And I don't know, I've never really gotten big into the nets or anything like that they have on 20 and 40. But for a while there, I listened here on AM, and I was like, wow, this looks like it'd be pretty cool. You can kind of tell there's obviously a pretty large group of people who get together and chat, and it's definitely kind of interesting. I like it.
You hear that, Clark?
Oh yeah, how could I not?
Can I take a drift measurement? Okay, only moved 700 hertz.
See, I set myself up to drift down onto frequency, but look, I went a little too far. And Perry, yeah, there's tons of ants over here too, man. But worse than that, the chipmunks. They are very, very destructive. And they've made it into the garage, so I've been feeding them. But it's not nourishing food. It's quite the opposite.
Yeah, man, it's like these little black ants. You know, it's that time of year. You know, you see like little soldiers, they send out little soldiers. You'll see them like out searching. You know, you'll see one random ant looking for that one little drop of sugar. Yeah, those ants. And chipmunks. There weren't any chipmunks here, where I'm at particularly, but I didn't know chipmunks were destructive. W3MMR.
Hey, yeah, Perry, do you know about borax?
Borax. I've heard of it.
Yeah, you get yourself some taro ant killer. It's basically soap. It's borax. You put a drop here and a drop there, and your ant problem will go away.
Well, one thing I did last year that I did this at the beginning of this year, was I sprayed the outside of the perimeter of the house with this ant stuff. You know, you walk around the outside and the spray around the perimeter. And that stuff really kicked ass last year, but I let my neighbor borrow it and never got it back. So I need to go get more. But the that's probably what's like real similar to the borax stuff.
Is it like a clear liquid comes in a drop?
Right.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what it is. And chipmunks, Billy, if you get rid of chipmunks, all you're doing is making a habitat for more chipmunks. Gotta pick your battles with that, man. You know what works is dried blood. They sell it as a fertilizer. If you have something growing you want to keep the chipmunks away from. But yeah, you can eliminate all your little varmints, and the varmints from somewhere else will just move in and be like, look, there's already, we're all set here. It'll be 10 times as much.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I've just been, I tried stuff like that, you know, to deter them from coming around, but they're getting real ornery, as Clark says. They've undermined my walkway. They're starting to get underneath the deck, and they're just making massive holes under everything. And now they're in the garage. So at least in the garage, I've been leaving apple-flavored treats injected with warfarin, which is a blood thinner. And yeah. So I don't know. That's what I'm trying for now. But I don't know. I'm trying it. I guess it's not going to work that well.
What kind of damage do they do?
They burrow under stuff and chew their way into things. Like, I have a walkway in front of my house, Perry, and they found their way under it, and there is a void under that walkway. Like, it's gonna crack. I'm gonna have to dig it out and refill underneath it. You know, because all of the ground beneath it is gone. They've burrowed, you know, deep under it. And then, you know, they get on the side of your house by the foundation and they start burrowing, and it's just, it's no good. And then, you know, they chew stuff up too and make their way in. But there's just, a ton of them this year.
Oh, so they're like moles too. Okay. My mother's got moles, little teeny moles over her house, and they like destroy the yard. Like the whole yard's soft because of it. You know, you'll be like walking along, and next thing you know, you step on one of the burrows, and you know, you sink, and there you go. You know, you go away, and your foot goes into the ground. I didn't know about that with chipmunk. How about that? I remember my grandparents had tons of them. They lived right smack in the middle of the woods. And I remember always seeing a bunch of them, but I always thought they were like cute. You know, these little cute little things running around.
Oh, they're cute until your foundation starts to crumble.
Yeah, that's not too cute. Who was that breaking in?
I said, Alvin!
Ah, yeah, Alvin!
I had a squirrel living in my Crown Vic too, and he has been really hard to get rid of. So I left a treat in there. He'll probably find it.
How does squirrel get in there?
There's, well, you're real familiar with the Crown Vic, so if you look at the rear quarter panel, if you reach your hand up in there, there's like a couple of holes, and you can kind of pull some of the material away, access this hole, and you can literally stick your hand up into the trunk. And that's where they're getting in. And then they chewed a hole, you know, in the back seat, behind your head to the right and left on the support columns. There's that piece of plastic there, and the seatbelt comes out of it and everything. They chewed through that to access the interior of the car. So that's yeah, I left them some snacks.
Is that supposed to be W2VW, one of those flaps when you shut the door, you know, like a one-way air flap?
Yeah, I think they're pretty much ventilation, but it's not near like a door or anything. It's on either side of the trunk, directly behind the, you know, the rear wheels.
Because that's where they put those flaps on high-end cars. You know, I'm familiar with the car, but I never had to deal with that area of it. Interesting. You wouldn't think they'd leave something open. Maybe some hack left it open, putting communications equipment or repairing the thing.
No, that could never happen. Dude, I did a real nice install in that car, man. My 2-meter setup was like, well, you saw it. It was good.
Yeah, it worked good at 110. I remember that, on Route 80 or wherever that was. But, yeah, I met somebody, you know, when the car was in police service.
Oh. Ha! Yeah, well, yeah, that's true. But this particular Crown Vic wasn't too hacked up. It's actually pretty nice.
That's also what the squirrel thinks.
Right? How do you get rid of squirrels, Clark?
It depends on where they are.
Actually,
In my automobile.
Would you use too much bubble solution that gets rid of it?
possums. Actually, I had possums in there a couple years ago. Now there's a squirrel.
What?
Get those have-a-heart traps. I've worked on them for years. They work great. Stick an orange in there, maybe some peanut butter. It's all good. W2E1.
Hey, what's up, BNY? My dad used to use those have-a-hearts, and he caught a whole bunch of them, but the thing he found more effective is he'd get a bucket. He'd make a swimming pool for him. He'd fill the bucket halfway with water and build a ramp up the bucket, and then cover the top of the water with sunflower seeds, which float. So the chipmunk climbs up and sees, oh, yummy, 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 and dives in and plunk. That's that.
You guys know the gentleman AF 4K who sells the crystals online?
Yes.
He has just read that he's got a stage 4 inoperable brain tumor. Just had brain surgery. So things aren't looking good for him.
Stage 4? Yes, that would be correct.
Yeah, right here. On April 4, Brian was taken to the emergency room thinking he may have had a stroke since he was encountering some difficulties. By 7 a.m. the next morning, he had undergone brain surgery with a very grim prognosis of a non-operative stage 4 GBA tumor. Due to complications, we will not be able to operate the business as usual with AF4 crystals, not taking any more orders, and helping to assist those who have outstanding orders. Sorry to break up the QSO, but figured I'd throw that in there before I forgot.
Yep, I've bought a lot of crystals from him over the years.
Yeah, I actually bought some DX100 stuff off of him. Then he was supposed to get back to me about a DX100B tuning cap and never did. Now I know why.
You know, the bizarre thing about glioblastoma is that really way more than average intelligence people get that. It's a strange thing.
That's what GBA stands for?
I don't know about the A.
So I guess I won't have to worry about ever getting that one.
That's right. None of us will. What'd you say, Perry?
Yeah, glioblastoma. That's what the A is. Yeah, that's what the GBA or GBM people call it. Also, it's the most aggressive type of cancer. Oh my God.
Yep. You can cut it out and it comes back. So if you want to be aggressive, been down this road, not personally, but I know about it, and yeah, it's not good. That's never good.
Yeah, despite maximum treatment, the cancer usually always reoccurs. Typical duration of survival after diagnosis is 12 to 15 months, with fewer than 3 to 7% of people surviving longer than 5 years. Without treatment, survival is generally 3 months. Oh man, knock on wood, say a prayer that I don't ever get cancer.
What was all that like, that cancer ring you were talking about, Dave, with all the chemicals or whatever? What was that, like Tom's River?
Yeah, there was a plant here years and years ago, Ciba-Geigy, and they made plasticizer, and they dumped their chemical byproducts in their on their lot, and it got into the groundwater, and a bunch of kids in Tom's River. It was a childhood cancer cluster, lasted for years and years and years. I had a cousin that made it to just under 10 years old. He was part of that. Really, really sad stuff.
That's a shame.
Well, if I was allowed to curse on the air, I would say F cancer.
Wait. To be 2E and Y. Well, you know what? I've always said if I get cancer and I got that much time to live, I'm going to rob a bank.
They don't keep that much money in banks.
I don't give a shit about the money. I just want to say that I did it.
You should just mine cryptocurrency or something. Oh wait, no, that's not a thing anymore.
Money, you know, which they keep on hand just for that occasion. Yeah, that puts a downer on the whole idea, huh? N1 BCG, good evening.
You just gotta, they don't rob banks these days, they steal people's identities.
Robbing a bank, though, is old school.
I just got some good advice on how to rob a bank, but I can't tell you.
what are your thoughts on hiding a body?
Like, it's good. Well, there's a lot of banks now too, like the Wells Fargo's. Like, you walk in and everybody's behind really, really thick glass. So, what do you do if, like, you're going to rob a bank and you walk in one of those places and all the tellers just look at you like you're an idiot? We don't have to do anything because you can't shoot us.
Bring a grenade?
No, then you just ask politely. Say, just work with me on this.
Yeah, how about filling out? How about reading this note?
Hiding the body? Yes, I've had thoughts about that.
Tractor with a big backhoe and, you know, go 10 to 12 feet.
I heard pigs are the way.
I would like to know Lee's advice in this conversation right here on hiding bodies. This is something I have expertise on. Hey, Clark, listen.
That ain't Clark, that's Carmine.
TCQ, this is Clark Charlie Ford, Tango Victor Zulu.
Oh my God! It's ham radio's national treasure. Don't tell me you're getting that now, are you? The beacon from Georgia?
Yeah, well, I know a lot of guys from Georgia who get on in the mornings, and apparently they posted a picture of him on his QRZ picture on the Facebook group, and I'm like, yo, why does this guy look so familiar? And I was like, oh, that's the guy Clark was talking about.
Oh yeah, talking about, that's one way of putting it.
What were you talking about? N2MIN. Let me know.
I was not talking about N2MIN.
You should listen to the QSO first before jumping in.
I was. I just turned it on and I heard some chatter about somebody.
Oh, you mean bringing a body?
Well, add your thoughts there.
If you call Todd using AM on 28-425, he will never answer you.
You're saying it wrong. It's Todd. Duh.
I want you to just think about this, Clark. Todd probably gets it a lot.
Well, you know, that just proves there's someone for everyone.
What?
That's right. Good evening, Arthur.
Oh, Perry. Who was that guy on the other night? Listening on the SDR and transmitting where he couldn't hear.
That could be
Yeah, that was Clark's buddy. Whiskey Golf 3 Fox United.
Yeah, you know who turned him on to AM?
Todd.
Nope, I did. In the 80s.
Wow, okay. Well, there you go. See? You were the seedling master.
Yeah, I think I owe everyone an apology for that.
So where's Ron the Boot been?
He lives, I believe, out west somewhere now. He's been around.
Radio Metallica!
20 years.
They finally got some money from him.
Yeah, so there was a letter and some junk that went on there, but I never really looked to see what actually happened after that.
Yeah, they got him for talking on VHF and I believe UHF without the proper authorization. because his license didn't cover it. Because officially he only had the original novice license. I'm sure you know all that.
Yeah, I got it. I just want to ask. I've run into him a lot of years ago, a bunch of times.
He's got a very unusual last name that nobody else has, except for his family.
Maybe you need to mentor him, Clark.
No, I'm done for today.
Guys, I gotta run up and eat dinner, so I'll be back a little later. Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel.
Catch you in a bit, Dave.
See ya, Dave.
Yeah, see you later, Dave. Yeah, I had enough go on yesterday and today. I pressure washed the deck of my boat, and then today I went back and put on some Thompson's water seal on all the teak. And tomorrow I got to go back down to the dock and fix the PVC upright for the pickup that got busted off over the winter, and then I'm ready to go, man. Sailing season's coming on.
If you see Otis, say hello.
The elevator guy?
You said he was going down for the dock.
Loves us.
Otis elevators.
Otis.
Oh, wow. Check this out. That guy Bill, who moderates the QRZ forum, got on my Facebook, and what did he say? Said he told me to grow a set and become an adult, and he called me a petulant child.
Well, it sounds like you've been successful.
Yeah, look at that. He's, I guess I'm in his head. Look at that.
He's just an angry person.
Oh, well, you don't help him, man. You're a minion of all that. I know it. You're like boys with Fleep.
KA1GXR, stirring the pot.
Are you stirring it clockwise or counterclockwise?
I'm not sure, but I'm not smoking it.
So, are you mincing words?
We don't mince words around here.
Yeah, I may have noticed that.
Meat factory over in Natick, but they closed that years ago.
In fact, I'm gonna walk into the other room real quick. I'll be right back.
And you gotta hook a remote up for that thing. Then you'll never have to get up. Matter of fact, if you had a new Flex, you wouldn't need to walk in the other room.
All right. So, oops. Wow. So why did that disturb the Murph man so much? Sorry about that there, big guy. And one BCG. And hello to all the 3885 denizens out there.
Man, that thing is noisy.
I hear that a lot.
W3 MMR.
W2VW, just to be synchronized with Perry.
W2BTK, just because everyone else is doing it. And for, you know what, I like JBL for marketing purposes.
Marketing purposes?
Yeah, W2BTK for marketing purposes.
I just came across an ad on Wish.com for an FTDX 5000 MP multifunction shortwave car radio. They're labeling it as a car radio.
I kind of wanted to order a graphics card off of Wish and see like what it did.
You ever read the review? You ever read or watched the YouTube reviews on some of those?
Yeah, like Linus Sex Tips. Dude, I watch that guy all the time.
Oh,
You
yeah.
want a real car
He's got
radio,
a lot of followers, man.
shortwave, you got to get a Phillips or a Becker.
Yeah, he's got a lot of followers, that guy. I like his video.
Yeah, Linus is good. I watched so many. I watched hours of that YouTube channel before I built my computer.
Did you finally build it?
Yeah, I'm using it right now. I'm streaming on it.
I thought I heard you mention something about it the other night, but I didn't hear that yet. All the details. But cool, good deal.
I'm gonna attempt to show it on stream.
Well, hold on. Let me log on there for you do that, then I miss it.
What does Scotty recommend for a car radio rip-off right here?
I heard somebody. I wasn't able to make them out. Oh, look at that.
I need more carrot.
That looks good, Billy. Super fancy key. You like went all out.
Yeah, I mean, I spent about $1,000 on it, which was, the price point I was looking at. It's got a Ryzen 7 3700 CPU, big ass air cooler, and a 2060 graphics card. That's it. Oh, I got a pretty nice motherboard too. It wasn't expensive, but the VRMs in it are like outstanding. They run cooler than any of the other competing boards. So, enough with that boring talk.
Well, it looks good. Good deal, dude. And I always want to buy my own computer, or build my own. But right now, I don't need to. This one works fine for what I'm doing. But I know you really needed one, so good. Good deal. And now you don't have to sit there and want to punch your PC every time you move the mouse.
Oh, I punched a PC yesterday. I don't know if you were watching the stream. My CPU cooler and my SDR computer crapped a bed midstream, and I I replaced it on stream. But yeah, you can't wait. You can't wait almost a decade in between computer upgrades, I've found.
Well, I got lucky with mine. This Dell XPS 8770 or whatever it is. With the Dell i7 4770K processor, and then I upgraded the motherboard, or upgraded the video card and solid state drive. 16 gigs of RAM, and it does everything that I need it to do, and it runs everything very proficiently. But I know it's like you said with computers, man, 10 years between upgrades is a very, very long time in this business.
Yeah, 4700 is not a bad processor. It's a little older now, but that's just fine. See, I was working with a Mac Mini from 2006. Total crap.
Yeah. It's a little old, but like I said, it does everything that I needed to do. I'm not gaming or anything like that. It's just streaming and running the SDR and a few monitors. That's it. But my CPU percentage, what I'm transmitting right now, I'm not streaming though. It's around 19%, 20%, I guess. Yeah, sorry guys for really blowing up that topic.
Yeah. Yeah, nobody cares about any of that. We'll send it around. Who wants to say something? I'm gonna go walk in the other room and press a button.
Not the red button.
No, actually, the black button above the red button.
Will that open the door or shut the door?
All right, Hey, N1 BCG, I don't believe that's been said this hour, so it's overdue.
W3 MOR, I think it's been 8 minutes.
That's because you're well-schooled.
Saying that on paper.
W2ENY, and you're not.
That's one thing.
W2BTK.
Identify. It's one thing I do try to do. So people would know who the person they hate is.
Bill will let you know.
What do? I do lots of things, but not everything.
Hello. Hello. Signal to noise ratio.
What?
Boy, we really are rewinding the topics, aren't we?
Clark asked me for an S meter reading, and I couldn't give him one. I gave him an SNR before, but like, he didn't think that was valuable.
No, because your noise level is your problem, not mine.
Yeah, but an SNR tells you exactly how well I'm hearing you, you know?
Now, I'll give you an example. That's right. All I care about is brute force signal strength. Your noise level, your problem. See, the signal-to-noise ratio thing you gave me, if you had dead quiet there, you're out in the middle of the cornfields with no noise whatsoever, and you said I was 60 over, or 60 dB, sorry, then what about me? I could be running QRP power. I want to hear things like, Clark, you are strapping, you silly savage, you're like a 40 or a 50 over. Now that's an impressive report.
Yeah, alright, if you want to dumb things down, but I know Timtron agrees with me that an SNR is probably the most valuable signal report you can give somebody. S-meters don't really mean anything.
Yeah, well, Timtron's not here right now, so now what, big guy?
Well, he doesn't need to be. Kind of be cool if he was, though.
You never know. So you get Kevin, the next best thing.
Hey, Dave, what's the signal strength at Beechwood?
There you go.
Sorry, I was in the kitchen. Can I have that again?
You're
40 over guess 9. You're about 46 or 7 over guess 9 with audio, and my noise level is S8.
Yeah, Billy, and you sound like you're manscaping on the air.
I'm clean-shaven, Clark, like a torpedo. I don't need all that resistance when I'm trying to move about the world.
Wow. TMI glass everywhere.
Oh, excuse me, my noise floor is an S8 and you are 40 over.
That's pretty similar to the way I'm hearing them.
My noise floor is burnt shag carpeted.
Guys, mind if I make a quick engineering adjustment?
Please.
You know, Billy, your idol is on frequency.
My idol?
Yeah, Timtron.
I gotta match my audio with my carrier. Let's see. Hello. Dit. There we go. That's close enough.
See, Billy, this is why you need to run mega power, because people are always going to trample on you.
Oh, should I turn it up, Clark?
Yeah, we need to see more wicks showing.
No, I'll go turn it up. Are you at? No, you know what? No, I'm not going to turn it up. There's absolutely no reason for me to turn it up. 1500 watts PEP. If that ain't doing it, then whatever. Then I suck.
Well, you do suck. You're just keyed up all over your Maharishi, your Bhagwan of ham radio.
You were talking to me. Go ahead, Timmy.
I guess he got mad and left. Nice going.
Well, you went up to 30 over here when you cranked it. The high noise floor is about minus 110. I was at S6, maybe you're...
Oh, Timmy, you're so piss weak.
No, that was that was one of your friends down in Foreland. You're listening in the wrong direction.
You don't have your net filter running, Clark?
Yeah, that last guy who keyed up was a Fourlander.
Oh, I don't hear them here. Just one-way propagation.
Oh, that's right. What was that guy? The diode effect. Who said that? Who's the guy way up north who coined that phrase?
Yeah, well, I thought that was invented in Florida or somewhere.
What's his name? He, oh my God, he goes way back. He's way up in like super northern Vermont, right near the Canadian border.
Dirk?
Yes, that's right, Dirk. My understanding is Dirk is the one who coined the diode effect expression.
When you want expertise, turn to WB2GCR.
How about the power shelf? Have you heard that one?
Negative.
I heard Bear. And then poof, he was gone, just like that.
Reminds me, I got to get some more acetaminophen.
Tuned into the frequency.
You like that acetaminophen? I'm more of an ibuprofen guy.
That's quite a message.
I try to change it up a little bit.
My preference is syrup of Ipecac. Blech. It's an acquired taste.
Good stuff, Clark. Good stuff. Hey, what you?
I hear GT here. Hello. I'm getting hungry. Anybody else getting hungry?
I just had fresh sliced tomato with mozzarella. Fresh mozzarella with no salt. So no.
Well, I am. Man, I need an Ada around here.
Well, yeah, that would be great for you.
Or you could put on a French skirt and grab a dust brush and do it yourself.
How do you know I'm not wearing a French skirt?
See that? You can paint the picture all you want for those on frequency.
Uh-oh, here she is.
What? I heard them being male chauvinists.
Billy said that he needs an Ada around there.
Oh, he does.
Because you made dinner for me.
Yeah. Billy, you need a girlfriend. Stop playing on the radio. Go get a girlfriend.
And there you go.
Yeah. No, Ada can call me out like that. She's right.
No, she just walked into the middle of your gender reveal party. Well, anyway, don't let that dissuade you. So continue. Let's hear more about you and your and your French maid skirt.
So I just showed my manly Carhartt work pants that I'm wearing on the stream, because that's what I'm wearing.
Sorry, Clark.
I don't feel like I'm missing out on anything.
W2 very weak, because I don't remember the last time I identified.
W2BTK.
W2ENY.
Wow, now that is quite a message.
Started listening at the wrong time. Over.
Is that Sal?
This is Kilo Charlie 3 November Bravo.
Kilo Charlie 3 November Bravo November. Did I get that right?
That's correct. Over.
Well, welcome. Over.
Thank you very much. Over.
Well, you're very welcome. Over.
That conversion no bad news sounds fantastic.
Great call. Are you gonna shoot the bull?
Are you planning on working on a motor vehicle on a slight angle in the near future, like, you know, on a slope?
Be right back. I'll be straight on.
I don't know whether you guys remember that guy or not. K4 No Bad News NBM. His QSL card, he had like a bull, and the guy was like holding a microphone and a gun, and he's like, "Do you want to shoot the bull?"
I get it.
I don't. What's the connection?
K4 No Bad NBN. NBN, the suffix of that guy's call. This guy was like avid on 15. I forget what frequency he hung out on, but he was like there like all the time. He had an outrageous QSL card.
You remember he used to talk about having alligator eggs underneath his bed?
What? Yeah, hold on. Let me Google it. K4 No Bad NBN. It's got to be on Google somewhere.
I think he means 3915. And your audio is chunking out there, ENY, on peaks. Something weird going on once in a while.
No, he was on 15 meters back in the day, if I remember right. I got this telephone over a year ago, and I used to be on 40 over.
I gotta get on 40, man. It's been a long time.
Yeah, you gotta proof out everything, make sure it works there.
Yeah, no, that's true. I haven't done that on quite a few bands. I know it works on 3 of them.
Yeah, I'm looking up NBN's call sign here, and he's got the same transmitter you have, Billy.
Oh, a Viking 2. Welcome. I love Viking 2s, man. It's like the best little exciter class transmitter that I have.
Oh, I love my Viking 2. This thing is great. You know, they call it a boat anchor, but one thing nice about the Viking 2 is the further in the field, they can hear right to the basement. Over.
Yeah, they are nice. I assume you're using it in its stock form with the 807 modulators and all that stuff. I ditched all that. I'm externally modulating this Viking 2, so it sounds different than stock. It's not that difficult and not that expensive.
I redid the audio chain. I use bigger caps. I use paper and oil audiophile caps. I was an electronic engineer for years, but I just little few modifications here and there. Over.
Yeah, well, it's It's a Viking 2, man. It sounds like a Viking 2. Good communications, great audio there.
Yeah. It's fun hacking up old stuff.
The only thing good about my Viking 2 is it won't fall off the table.
Mine almost fell the other day. I've got all the, I don't use the multimeter inside of it anymore. I got external metering, and it's all jock strapped, and there's these lines that come out of the bottom, and I only made them 2 or 3 feet long because the thing was sitting right there next to the rack. But that stinks because it has to be up on a surface that's about 5 feet high. So when I took the rack out from underneath it, I had to like put it up on my shoulder. I tried that, and I was pulling the rack out, and then I was like, uh-oh. So I ended up putting the thing on its side on another rack that I pulled in there, got the original rack out, and then to replace it with, the rack I drug in there, I picked the whole thing up and plopped it up there. And thank God I'm 34 years old. W2BTK.
You put a Viking 2 on your shoulders, you lose a couple inches. This thing is, sometimes there's curse words in most of the language. It's not on air, but when I have to put down
I put my old transmitters up on my shoulders and put them on top of 6-foot racks all the time.
Yeah, but you're the ape man.
Oh yeah, that is true.
It's all in the technique.
Well, if you don't have the technique,
NBN, no bad news. Should I shoot the bull? The QSO cord is exactly there on Google. I can't believe it. I can't even believe I remember that. And the guy hung out on 21342.
My goodness, 15 meters, talking about pioneering.
So Bear remembered it right. See that? That's the second thing Bear got right. Let's see, since, I don't remember the last time, but it wasn't that long ago.
Whew.
The Care Bear of the air chair has left the building.
And here I am stuck in the corner.
Rigs to the left of you, jokers to the right.
In through the valley, road to 600.
What? Man, I hear the clunks, right? But you guys don't hear the clunks. I miss the clunks.
Why don't you put a mic in there, mix it in, and have it just come on for a second or so.
I think an easier thing would be to just strap a contactor to the bottom of my desk here and just have it clonk. But I guess that's cheap. You want to hear the real clunks.
Yeah, I do miss the clunk, I don't notice it, be honest with you, because I haven't really listened with the loudspeakers on a lot here recently on this band. But now that you mention it...
Yeah, something's missing, right?
Yeah, you're just there. You just appear like... Ooh, that was a nice arc.
Be careful, man.
How unsettling is that when Billy just appears?
I don't know. How unsettling is that?
Hmm. Another shot of King Louis VIII cognac, and it won't matter anymore.
Clark, that stuff is like how like $500 a bottle or something. What the hell are you doing?
It's way more than $500 a bottle. It's the you don't gargle with it. You sip it. It's very important to sip it.
Where the hell did you get a bottle of that stuff? At the bar that we used to go to in Berkeley Heights had a bottle of that. For, it's probably still there, the same bottle. It was like $100 a shot.
Oh yeah, it's for like when the Wall Streeters close like a, $20 million deal. They celebrate with that. Yeah, it's used sparingly.
And then here you are, just casually talking on ham radio, sipping that stuff. And you might hop in your Range Rover to head out to the antenna tuning hut if you want to get on 160. You're living the life, bro.
Oh yeah, hold on. Oh, the $250 gargle.
I think I gargled pretty long.
Crack open a bottle of that stuff to serve it to somebody in a bar. You just put the top on, and it's still. I'm sure nothing's gonna fly in it and make it go bad. But does it keep?
It keeps paying back the bar over and over and over. Usually at the bars, it's $250 a shot. That's they get a lot of mileage out of those bottles, but the bottles cost way more than $500. But yeah, especially around here, for a shot, yeah, about $250, $300 a shot.
Okay. So how do you and Mrs. Howell like that?
It's the drink of choice. Particularly when you end up with stressful QSOs, then I never use the term QSO on the air, so that must be an unnerving time. So yes, sometimes you just need to splurge on yourself.
The stressful part of this QSO has ended, Clark. That was like over an hour ago, don't you think?
My nerves are still rattled, but King Louis has taken care of it.
You ever see those videos of people that they'll set up their little table there and say like, so and so and so, change my mind, and people come up and argue with them. Well, I set up my little table out here and it said 3885 sucks, change my mind.
I usually just walk up to them and knock their table over. And they say, well, you didn't change my mind. And I would say, yeah, but I had a great time.
Hey, Tyler, it was well worth the look on your face also.
That's right.
Because I
might not have changed your mind, but I changed the look on your face. And frankly, that was just as good.
And W2BTK. Sorry, everybody was keying up, so I just did it.
I'm sorry, Bill. What was that? Dave was, well.
Ooh, damn. That 500 is nasty.
I'm not strapping,
you're silly savage.
And I got it to arc over before by going, yep, something in there goes snap when I do that.
You'll be okay.
Which within about a second and a half, I'll be okay.
Doesn't MFJ sell bottles of magic smoke, like replacement magic smoke?
I thought that was Lionel.
There's a business opportunity. If you ever wanted to market that to ham radio operators, just take out some ads on QRZ. Replacement magic smoke. Just contact us with the model number of whatever it is that your magic smoke escaped from, and we'll we'll match it up and send you all you need.
You need a worn-out non sequitur night, Clark. That's what you need. This. You just remind me of that.
Anyone who's got coax-fed antennas, I hope that you've reversed the coax at least within the past 3 years. You know, when you get SWR, people wonder about this. What happens when you have SWR? Where do those electrons go? Very simple. They bunch up at the end of the coax at the antenna end. But if you take the coax down and you reverse it, you take the antenna end, connect that in the shack, and you take the shack end, you connect it to the antenna. Next time you key up, you blow out all those stuck electrons. Not only do you get actually more signal, but your SWR drops, at least for a while, until the process repeats. Then you got to switch your coax again. Food for thought.
Why don't you just get some swar grease?
Because you can't get the grease inside the coax, nor would you want to. This is a problem with electrons within the coax.
No, that's not true. You inject it. You've never got the swar grease that comes with the little syringe?
Oh, that was for a coax?
Yeah, swar grease. You know, you gotta lube up all the coax, and you can put it on your antenna too. But it works everywhere. It helps the watts slide off.
People tuning by the frequency are thinking, the hell?
Rub it on your tube.
Injector.
Speak into the tube.
I've got a blister pack of SWR improving tape here, Clark.
I always liked hanging the anti-static cling, white things that you toss into the dryer. You hang those from your dipole, really quiets things down, especially in the winter.
Yeah, especially if you put a lot of them on there and they get wet and your dipole falls down.
What about the
Not look. You gotta think out of the box.
What about the dirty diaper mod or the bowling bag mod? Have you experimented with those?
I'm not old enough for a dirty diaper, so I'll get back to you.
No, it's not for you. It's a dirty diaper mod.
No.
Try it, man. The ashtray mod. Well, in order of like how much improvement you're gonna get, it would be the dirty diaper mod. Then below that, you've got the bowling bag mod. And then if you're like pretty strapped for time or cash or whatever, you do the ashtray mod.
Are you going to anoint us with the explanation behind these three mods?
Well, no, because it's trade secrets. There's a CB shop in Brooklyn, the Ritchie Radio 127 CB shop, and he patented all that stuff. So I don't want to face any legal anything. So you can call him up. He'll do all three mods to your radio if you want. The dirty diaper, the bowling bag, the ashtray. He's got it all. And he's also sells products for your alternative lifestyle in conjunction with mentholated tobacco. So if you need any of these things, hit him up.
No, I've already heard about the CB mods from KOE, but thanks.
Oh yeah, that guy was a big-time CBer. I heard, well, actually, no, he's reverted his stance. So I can't really be too sure. But, he said some things, and then now recently he said some things, and it doesn't jive. So I think he's full of it.
Dave, I hope you don't get angry like other people do here. Maybe you need to start running power because Billy just, totally keyed over you.
Think about it like this, Clark. I still win.
That's right.
Those quick keying guys who are rude and run power and all that.
Yes, but I still win. My point still got across, even though I didn't say it.
That's right. I'm running my W2VW homebrew final.
Today
Don't get angry.
Get glad. The bag to put all your troubles in.
No, get iMac.
Speaking of which, whatever happened to the mighty LMAC net? Or no, mighty iMac net. That's it. Don't those guys run like some serious, like 20,000 watt tubes? Mighty iMac net?
we're down. I took it out for a mile run of about 15 miles.
What's a 20,000 watt tube?
It's a driver.
Why would you want that?
Speaking of which, hey, so John, I think we've fallen out of favor because we never get heard anymore on the New York City repeaters, which is a real bummer because I was getting used to being AM and FM for a while, and then the rug got pulled.
I'll be right back.
You would do that. Oh, great, Frank.
Okay. We were, or you were on a New York City repeater for a while?
Quite regularly, yes.
Could you say regularly again one more time?
Not the same way.
Okay, Ossifer.
Yeah, you can blame King Louis. 40%, baby. It gets the job done. You actually don't have to spend a lot.
As long as you don't get angry when you drink. We have enough of those.
I'm angry if I don't drink. W2EY, hey, I got dinner call upstairs. I'll see you cool cats later on. W2ENY.
Good night. Nice talking to you. Take care.
Doesn't he make us sound all better than we really are when he refers to us as cool cats?
Well, there's a guy that's been around the block for a while. I don't know if you know any stuff about slightly up higher in the band here on another mode, but yeah.
Today I better get them going, so I get out there and I got one done.
Wow, the diode effect is rearing its ugly head again.
Ugly is the word, especially Avatar with something that's banned.
Hey, you mean like people up the band that used to say, I love you, Jack?
Jack!
Some painting to do. My brother on the powder.
Good evening, homeboys and gentlemen.
He must be talking on another QSO.
That sounded ethnic to me. Good evening.
Who's that, Bruce?
Bela Lugosi to it.
It's starting to remind me of 28305. Did I ever tell you about 28305?
We're primed for it.
28305 is the Japanese AM QRP calling frequency. If you listen there around dinner time when the window is open to JA, you'll hear what sounds like CB activity because you hear heterodynes and stuff drifting and all. There's a bunch of Japanese guys climbing mountains backpacking with QRP AM radios.
Oh no! There goes Tokyo!
Is there a QSO happening under this QSO?
It's not a QSO, that's a monologue.
Oh.
So, guy bought another rig because he can't fix his. That guy.
GLB, good.
Louis says I should put two 4 1000 tubes in my fireplace and light them up. It'd look good.
Well, if you had that, you'd at least know how to operate it, as opposed to other people that have that.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't have any tetrodes, but I do. I'm using 2 of them right now as Java.
How you doing tonight, Gene?
You're still using the same ones that you've had all along, right? I think you changed those from what came with that transmitter, and you're still using those, right?
It's really funny you mentioned that. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure I had it. Even though, you directed a question to me, I still have to check because, me and Clark went over that. But anyway, I changed them today. So I was running the 2 new ones that I got, the match Taylors, for a long time. And then when all this buzz crap started, I swapped back to the other ones that weren't, it was like 2 different kinds, and they worked just as well. But today, just for giggles, I switched back to the 2 Taylor 6146s. So yeah, I'm actually using different tubes today.
How do you like that? Well, I just guessed that out of thin air, because I'm that good.
You are one with tubes. Vacuum tubes.
Fallopian.
Ever tell you about the Valiant that I have here? That it of course has 3 of those in the final, and something wrong with the meter shunt in it. It's never worked right since I got the rig, and the rig's been extensively modified, and most of the modifications are documented, and the documentation goes back to like 1968 or so. That's where it starts. Anyway, I can't figure out why the grid current meter reads really high, because I measured the shunt and I tried putting a bench power supply on there with another ammeter, and it read the same thing. It's something really weird, or I'm not understanding it. So I just don't care anymore. I just turn up the drive until the power output, obviously it's already in the grid current, so it's probably got like 3 or 4 mils. I just advance the drive till the output power ever so slightly sags, because I figure I'm starting to pull down the screen voltage a little bit then, and I run it like that. It's got 3 different 6146Bs in it, and if you it's externally modulated, but it's really sad that I can't read grid current on it. It makes ridiculous amounts of peak power, so it's been hanging in there. Maybe I should just buy a rig, though. What do you think?
A couple of years ago, stole some Triumph engineers and got them to do the design work. Anyway, that's the story over here.
Well, I'm glad you're that interested in it. Thanks for the comments. I'll try that.
Man, I walked away to go deal with my food that I'm making.
Yeah, I know. I do that. I multitask, and at the instant that I'm away from here, it never fails.
There'll be 3 of them are back.
Hi, Perry.
Maybe it's shunt, N2MIN. I had to add a resistor on my meter shunt with the mods.
Dave, the thing is so noisy that I walked over into the kitchen, right? And you know how I have those 2 doors, the one over by the washer dryer? That one's open to allow airflow out of the room, and if I walk into the kitchen, I can't hear my receive speaker anymore.
A bigger receive speaker. And yeah, I tried the meter shunt. If you heard what I said, I actually put an external, like a fluke meter in there, and I applied DC voltage to the whole thing with a load on it going through the factory meter and the factory meter shunt, And, you know, I ran the rig cold. It wasn't powered up with a bench supply. And purposely ran, I don't know, I think I went up to about 20 mils or so. And the fluke meter agreed with the meter that was in the rig. It's something stupid. There's a bunch of relays in there that aren't factory, and I wasn't able to discern which exact schematic from the documentation was the newest one. So I just threw my hands up in the air and said, the heck with this, it works. The rig didn't even work on 10 meters either when I got it. Somebody had done some hackery to it. It only worked on the low bands, and of course that doesn't constitute a real transmitter. So I had to take I took all the tube sockets out with all the associated components. I had a junk Valiant here, so I took it out of one of those and just drilled the rivets out and put everything that surrounds those sockets and swapped that all out, hoping that would fix the problem. The rig works great on 10 meters now, but nope, didn't fix that problem.
That sounds like one of those ones that's like really simple, but it absolutely drives you nuts until you find it.
I think someone was calling you, Dave. Man, you remember like me bitching about all the shunts in this Viking too?
Yeah, but that's a walk in the park because you got it fixed.
Yeah, but in relative terms, I mean, that was like a major life event.
It's big the way you got it to work. You say somebody's calling you, somebody trying to call me?
I had issues with the sensing my Viking too. It can get really interesting and make you climb the walls and pull your hair out until you figure it out.
Yeah, there's some QRM that's taking you out. There are some people with no skills that fire up on this frequency in the distance. They don't understand how to operate. They have very poor skills. And they're lids, and they're interfering with you, sir. I'm sorry.
We got 2 military belts. Is that what you call a diode?
Yeah, I can get it.
No, that's what we call your friend. This is W2BTK.
Am I coming in all right?
Oh yeah, you're making it right over that crap.
Am I making it? Yeah, you're making it. I'm running about. I got this fan like blowing right on my face. It's 300 watts.
I worked in private practice.
Fun. I gotta get the air conditioners in. It's 83 degrees in here.
You work in private industry,
What's it over where you guys are at?
because if you don't, you end up on a...
Outside?
Oh yeah. Well, it's 77 outside and 83 inside.
Let me check.
80 degrees outside, 71 inside, KB8SMU.
How hot outside, Shane?
It just dropped down to 79 degrees.
Yeah, it was a warm one today.
Yeah, almost 90 here.
It's 72 in here, Perry.
What'd you say, Dave? Billy, said his temperature.
Hey, Perry, it's 66 outside. That's the rundown.
Wow.
Alright, so we got... Billy said it's like 72 in his house. I wonder what it is outside. Probably like 80, 75 or 80.
God, that's cold up there, Art. You're on Long Island?
Yeah, well, we get onshore breezes there, and we're about 100, maybe 125 miles north of you. Big difference in temperature within 100 miles.
Yeah, no, you're right. I guess I didn't think about where you were exactly located. Yeah, I'm kind of in a hole here. Not a hole, but as far as the big city is right here, and there's really not much breeze, you know. So it gets a little warmer here where I'm at. But Yeah, it's definitely that time of year, fellers.
Well, Perry.
Always hotter.
Okay, I think I have it. Let me check one more time. And Perry, since you asked, and I looked, it's 75 degrees outside, it's 72 degrees at the operating position, and it's 80 degrees in the transmitter room.
All right, there we go. See, that's exactly what I wanted to know. Exactly, the exact components. They're cool. Okay. Well, it's not surprising it's warming. I got this giant amplifier with an exhaust pipe, just blowing right out into the room, which is a heater. So I have a heater on, windows open, the front door to the house is open, which is right at the shack. When you walk into my front door, there's my shack. And front window, every window, the dog's outside on the leash. Kids are riding their bicycles by. Summertime is here. It's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful time. I love this time of year.
This time of year loves you.
Awesome. Maybe I love the fact that I've been off 3 out of the last 4 days.
This W2 very weak. This weather pattern here is a little unusual because people up north, like way up north, upstate New York, had warmer weather than we did down here. We were looking at that this morning. And it's been that way for a few days.
Down where?
Watertown, Rochester.
Oh, okay. Curious. Yeah, the island stays pretty cool there with the water. North Shore gets hotter than us on the South Shore during the summer. You could see maybe almost a 10-degree swing.
Well, I live here at the water, near the water, and if you get on the road and you head west here about 30 miles in the summertime, it's always 8 to 10 degrees warmer. So yeah, you really get the moderation because you got water all over the place.
Yeah, I actually might go out and...
I miss living by the water, man. I spent most of my life by the water. I liked it. And living here, not real close to any water.
Yeah, it's good. It makes cars rust quicker.
I think you were in there one night last week, some surprising happened.
Hold on 1 second, I'm right back. Give me 3 of them more.
And 2 of them in.
I forgot I had to... Hold on a second. Alright, there we go.
And just pounding in here. Jeff, just my sincere best to your XYL, and 40. Of course, we'll
Is that the U-Haul? Is that the U-Hauls down there?
Yeah, that's what it is. One of them's got a bug in his posterior. So he's making an appearance, gonna straighten everybody out.
Another news, I think as you follow them fine, they might be in the summer.
That guy must be a lot of fun at work.
Maybe we can...
I could just see something like that, making life difficult for other people as an occupation. I could see that. And then you get here where you have to deal with people and it's all different. So sorry.
So, I think that's the thing.
Yeah, it's a very, very quiet night here. Just think of that. You're very strong, too. Everybody's very strong. I mean, the band's in really good shape. Yeah. Guys I work with are okay. One guy's a miserable old shit. But it's alright. He's still, still has a sense of humor. But boy, oh boy, is he miserable.
He's
Yeah, well, you know, you get that, especially right now. I mean, you know, people's lives are in upheaval and all that. So, got to work with it.
Enjoy your dinner, sir. I will catch you.
No, you're right. You never know what people have going on. And he does have a lot going on. He it was about 4 years ago at our shop. We fell off a ladder and like broke his shoulder. He had like internal bleeding, like busted his spleen, smashed his whole face on the Bay 1 floor. I guess the ladder he was on slipped out, and he went face first. It was right before I started there. It happened like 3 months before I started there, and he still works there now. And he's going through a lawsuit with the insurance company and the old owners. The old owners used to own it when this happened, so he's been fighting with them for, you know, almost 4 years now to get some sort of settlement. W3 MMR.
How'd the ladder make out?
It's actually still there. I was just on it the other day.
Don't kiss the floor in your face.
We'll do what we got to do here.
Let me see something here. Hello. Every once in a while I move my mic arm and the gain changes here because the arm is on the console right on top of all the audio gear. I thought that's what was going on, but nope, it was something else. Some subsonic noise outside.
But,
How's my weak signal?
It's alright, you can check it on my YouTube channel. I'm streaming. Dave's very, very strong. Alright, you're okay. You're doing fine. I'm listening at 16K. I never listen this wide. The band's just so quiet. It's a pleasure. Plus, there's not really much out there. Gets a little tinny for my ears anyway, so. But I put it at 16 for people's listening pleasure if they want to listen to that.
Oh, dear, so that's why I got that now.
Why did...
Just making it through the hash out there. Hello? It doesn't make any difference where I set my mic gain. It's all the same. It's running if I made it through the noise. Since my single was weak.
Yep, you're making it. What were you saying, William?
No, I'm off topic. Why does everybody that drives past my house slow down and like crane their head and like stare at my house when they go by?
You're special.
I would say because the intersection in front of your house looks like a good place to get killed.
Yeah, well, they should be watching the road, not my house.
Yeah, there's something about your house, you know. Maybe, I don't know, you ever look up what happened there before? Were there any chalk outlines on the floor?
Yeah, no, I know the son, well, my neighbor Bill, his parents, this was his parents' house. They built it in the 60s, and he lived here. They sold it to this couple who the husband got hurt at work, and they were, you know, too proud to say anything. They lost the house. The bank took it, and then I bought it from the bank.
Yeah. I was just funning you there, Billy. But yeah, I remember you telling me that. Yeah, you got a good deal on that place. That's nice spread. And it comes with radials. I mean, man, I had to put my own radials in when I came here. I'm really jealous because that was a lot of work.
Yeah, I'm a bank owned over in South Jersey.
Oh, you got a lot of wire up in the air. Maybe they're looking at that.
They're looking at, you can't see his antenna.
Yeah, you can't even tell that there's a ham here.
Boy, you can tell here.
Hey, Perry? Perry?
What?
Yeah, question. Why is your open wire ladder line so long? Is there a reason for it, or had to be that way to make the connection?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
At least carrier. I gotta turn my sync detector off. That's everybody's. It's like that's what I had to do to make it work.
It had to be a certain length?
Well, no. I just cut it to length, pretty much. And that way, yeah, and I can tune every band with it.
Yeah, but your open wire ladder line, did that have to be a certain length?
Not necessarily. No, there's some lengths you should avoid. But it doesn't have to be a certain length, no. I mean, what you gotta do, Don, the lengths you gotta avoid, which I don't know off the top of my head, and what band, if you can tune the bands you want to, talk on. And I can tune from, I don't think I try to tune this thing up on 10 meters, but at 17 through 160, I can tune this thing up with the setup I have here.
The worst thing I did was shorten my feed line because it screwed me all up on 160. My radiation resistance is like really low, and it wasn't like that before.
What are you using for feed line, Billy?
Wire.
I'm using 16 gauge. It's real nice stuff. I mean, the stuff's tough as nails. I know a lot of people that have this particular feed line, W7FG, at TrueLadderline.com, and just works. I don't know. I threw a little bit of power at it, not much, but I mean, 400, 500 watts. But I don't transmit as a short dipole on 160 though. I short the feeders and have a bunch of ground radials out there, but so I don't know how. There'd be a lot of current if I did it the way you did it, Billy.
That's a ton of current.
Yes, it is.
Current leads to losses.
And you have to mitigate those losses with lots of copper.
That's right.
Or do what the power companies do, run high impedance till you get out to the antenna.
Yeah, I don't think you can do that with what Billy's doing and what I'm doing. That's a luxury. Power company has all those poles. They got trucks. They got power stations, transformers.
Rob N1ALF does it.
And by that, you mean Clark does it, and Rob uses it.
A cooperative effort.
Oh, man. Billy gets, like, cuts to the chase, no words. Man.
Well, somebody's got to do it. We can't all be pussies out here.
It seems to happen every 28 days.
Well, there is something to that. I mean, guys get it too,
I'm in a perpetual state of FU these days, It's just me.
Yes, it's that angst rock birthing you went through.
It's got the crosshairs pulled up.
Then you feel better about yourself. Why not start a net on a really busy frequency at prime time?
We could even put it on the internet and make it official.
You could make it official.
Now,
That's ridiculous.
I'm drinking soda.
W2VW, because I don't remember.
W2BTK.
W3MMR.
And 2MIN.
after all that, I'm hesitant to say anyone do the truth.
I heard that.
Maybe ain't no singing in the dinky weeds.
Hello, Shane.
What's going on?
And everybody's coming in great. This is a nice night for operating.
Am I making it tonight?
Sure are. You make it every night, George. George, you were strong in here last night.
No, I am, but just propagation. How you doing?
I'm doing. It's warm, but I'm doing.
George has been to the 75-meter gym.
Hey, Clark.
Good evening.
Well, yesterday I was starting my fingers doing a project, and I had to finish, not the project, but I couldn't hold the air, meaning the conversation I was having. And I had to skedaddle. I think I left a couple of guys hanging. So for those listening, my apologies. Anyway, I'm back here tonight, hopefully staying longer, unless it's good to have puts boots on again.
Is that WB2HJK, George?
Last time I looked, I think, or what's left of me anyway.
Well, good evening, George. I can hear you tonight.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Appreciate it, I think.
I mean, we're only a stone's throw away. You being in Queens and me being over here by Jones Beach.
Oh, W1LO?
No, N2MIN.
Sorry, I missed calls. Yeah, thanks. And, well, Jones Beach is, it is. It's still clears away on 75, isn't it?
I think the governor opened up the beaches.
Or so we led to believe anyway.
But the mayor keeps the beaches closed, so all the city people will be out here.
Ah, that's your point.
They're a bunch of slobs, some of them.
Did you say they're from Slovakia? They're Slavs?
Yeah. I mean, we got a town beach that you have to be a resident of the town. We got a county beach. You have to be a resident of the county. Now, their brilliant idea is to pass a law that only county residents or town residents can use these beaches. But you couldn't get in there anyway if you didn't show ID that you lived in the town or the county. I don't know. They like to make laws.
How does that work, considering that we used to have that here in Connecticut, and then the government stepped in and said we couldn't?
Did you just say Connecticut?
Connecticut, yeah.
I guess it all depends on how many lawsuits have happened in the past, because people can make funny things happen with lawsuits.
You actually have beaches up there, Clark? I thought it was all rocks.
We've got some very finely contoured beaches.
Oh, how nice. I know the north shore of Long Island here is all rocky from the glaciers. I remember going to the Smithtown Beach there and couldn't even walk on it with the rocks.
And you thought that they came from Connecticut.
Yeah, they did. That's where they came from, Connecticut. South Shore is all sand.
They probably have so much money where Clark lives, they probably did take all the rocks and put them somewhere else.
No, we had the sand imported from the Caribbean.
Is it pink?
That came from the Bahamas, but yes, some of it is.
No kidding.
It's hard to tell with this other QSO happening underneath us, like, you know, when it's... What? Why is that happening?
Oh, I can't even hear him. I got the AGC getting cut way back. So you guys break the AGC and I can't even hear them. They're just like a little blip, like a far star.
Well, yeah, you guys are all flattening them, but like between keys, there's just constantly someone there. So it's kind of hard to tell, like, if it's clear to key up. I don't understand. It's that one-way propagation, man. They don't hear us, I guess.
It's the diode effect that Dirk coined.
I have my AGC set to a certain point. Like, I can't even hear them at all. And you guys just bust through, like, kick the door down.
I got 10 dB of them over here.
And you guys in the Midwest and out like Western PA seem to have a better copy on guys down south. Well, I think there's a lot of them are in like that Kentucky, Tennessee area.
Well, let's open up a web SDR and see how well we're coming into their area.
Hey, that's a really good idea, Billy. I like that idea.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't even hear them. But I'd be interested to know how well I'm doing.
Well, where are these guys?
Wow. Guess I'm pretty close to frequency here. Oh, that's... Make an engineering adjustment.
Oh yeah, I'm like S9 down there.
This is terrible. I gotta do something with this.
What the hell's this guy doing?
So, thank you for your patience. Into MIN.
Yeah, nobody waited for you.
That's okay.
You guys.
Yeah, Billy, Billy, you and I are almost the same. You might be a little stronger.
Well, where are those guys and what web SDR are you looking at?
I'm looking at the Lumpkin, Georgia web SDR, and it's kind of by Atlanta. And we're both like S8, S9-ish in there. I don't even see anybody else on there, but
that thing kind of compresses pretty good, that guest meter on that.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, there's something about that it just kind of, because if you look at the waterfall versus the guest meter, it's not, there's an AGC thing there. Probably something is just, like it's on FM, like it's being limited.
Let me see. Hello. Yeah, that S meter is not doing much. I'm just looking at the brightness of the carrier streak.
Yeah, that's what I pay attention to.
Yeah, counts.
And then if you can see modulation, you know you're doing good.
Yeah, I see you, Perry.
I'll be back. W3 MMR.
W2 very weak. And I am on his SDR down there. Check that.
Yeah, what's up with that? W2BTK. Yeah, me and Perry seem to be about the same down there. Shh. I don't see any modulation. Oh, wait, I see a little bit on me.
Hey, Billy.
Yo.
George.
Hey, George, what's going on?
The slightest. But it sounds great, though, all of you. And I'm listening and I'm enjoying. Just following a routine here, meaning starting my fingers, wondering if I can fix this and that. And you guys are keeping me company. I am always, grateful for that. Nothing else, Glenn. Nothing else. Went out and about today, came back, made some dinner. And that was the end of that adventure. How about you?
Okay, well,
I'm just on the radio, talking to my live stream, talking to you guys, drinking soda.
That appeared.
Oh, I shut that web SDR down. I'm not interested. I know those guys hear us. They're just jerks.
Well, you're actually louder there than everybody else is there on that SDR anyway. So you're louder than the people that are down there.
Yeah, it's kind of mind-boggling, isn't it? That, you know, we would be out. Me and Clark started the QSO like hours ago, man. We have been out here occupying this frequency, and they only fired up not that long ago. If I'm making that big a splash down there, then yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. Those guys are jerks.
Are you saying that those guys are jerks?
I'm saying that, well, really what I'm saying is those guys are jerks.
Are you saying like maybe there's a couple of jerks that are influencing other people maybe that are okay, but they're jerks too because they're being influenced by jerks? Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, I know. I was listening to you guys outside and I don't know, man. I had to get my nerve up just to get on the air here. It was very controversial even when I got on.
Welcome to the new 3885 W2BTK.
W2VW. Oh no, controversy on AM. Gee, I haven't heard any of that since Herb died.
In the house all day long, pretty much. Aside from going out for groceries.
We need controversy, man.
I double with you.
What?
So I thought I doubled with you. I said, of course, Herb wrote his own material.
I thought he had script writers.
Well, as opposed to other people who just vomit things that they hear in various outlets, talking heads and all that. They come on the air and repeat what they've heard.
One of my favorite 80s groups.
What was that?
Talking Heads.
Did you see what's his face on SNL?
David Byrne?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it'll be on YouTube. It wasn't half bad.
Wow, interesting.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
My cat woke up.
What kind of cat?
BTK.
Well, I heard somebody call him BTK, and George, it's just a black cat. She's really nice to me. You know, I love her.
I'm back.
Hi, back.
This is Gary here in Indianapolis, Indiana. I'm just over here standing by.
If it matters any, I've had cats not love me. And most of the time they love me too. And I miss one. I can't have one here, but I miss having one. They're good.
Hey Gary, I hear you. You were mixing it up with one of my locals. I heard you, and I'm waving a hand out there to Indiana. So what's going on? A little low, but not that low.
Come in there and say hello. I know that you're talking to your local kind of thing, but I was just over here listening to you while I'm on the workbench. So heard you come in there, and I did what did I do? I think I checked in on your video.
I hear him too.
I guess your live feed. So I checked in on that, and I did want to say hello to you. So hello to you, and I'm right here in Indy, waiting on propagation. W2 BTK, W9 WOO here in Indy.
Hey, W9 WOO W2BTK. Yeah, I saw you check in and you gave me a follow on the Twitch stream, man. Thanks for that. So I'm glad you're enjoying the live feed and enjoying the banter while you work at your workbench there. But Perry says he hears you. These other guys, I'm not too sure, but you're sounding pretty good here, man. And then you could check that out for yourself. You're on the feed, but I guess I'll pass it over to. I know Perry heard you.
Yeah, good evening. Name's Perry. Papa Echo Romeo Yankee. Calls W3 MMR in Chester, Pennsylvania. Right southwest, 7 miles southwest of Philadelphia. And I'm live streaming too on Twitch. Twitch.tv/the AM window. And on YouTube as well. Just search the AM window if you want. We'll see how you're doing here too. But Billy's a lot more interactive on his. For sure, but Billy kind of headed the way with this also. Yeah, but you're coming you're not real strong. You're above the noise though, but as the evening goes on, the sun goes down, I'm sure your signal will improve. I'll toss it back out to you, W3 MMR.
Ain't even dark yet.
Sunny. Thunder cloud.
Ain't even dark yet.
I think my son's watching the live stream.
Yeah, to keep tabs on what Dad's up to.
Ain't even dark yet.
I think my son's watching the live stream. Just turn my camera on.
Yeah, to keep tabs on what Dad's up to.
Ain't even dark yet.
I really gotta set up a damn relay for these speakers. So I gotta literally turn these speakers down by hand every time I key up. Every single time. So I can get my monitored audio onto the live stream or onto whatever I'm recording. It's very annoying.
The network started on December 20th of 2001.
Sounds like if you run out of things to screw up while you're on the air, that you should put up a live stream.
That's right. Let everybody in on the fun.
There have been at least one, maybe two people who have stumbled on my live stream, and they are not hams, and they hang out there for a little while, and now they're hams. So say what you want. I'm getting people into the hobby with this. W2BTK.
Who would have seen that coming?
I can come up with a set of questions for screening people if you want before they get into the hobby.
Oh, God.
I think I'd enjoy that.
I have about a 50% success rate with people that I started on AM. Half of them turned out really good, and the other half are total psychos.
Yo! Rich, man, thanks for the bits. You're the man.
W7B on that.
Damn,
note.
son.
Hey, here's Bruce.
Good evening, gentlemen. And I see, Billy, there's no more sniffing anymore, huh?
Nah, I changed the name to something that I can actually, say to people and not be embarrassed. Except my stupid... I misspelled the word amateur. And now Twitch won't let me change it. I emailed them. I was like, look, I tried rebranding my stream and I made a typo. Is there anything you can do? And they said, no, sorry. Just, whatever. Stop streaming. Screw you.
No, I saw that. Well, hey, we're amateurs.
It's a big improvement from what you had.
Yeah, but it still bugs me. Now, I made a new Twitch account that has the correct spelling, but, I've built this one up, and then after the fact they told me yeah, since you made that account, you'll never be able to switch it, so I'm just stuck. I'm trying something new. I'm streaming on YouTube and Facebook right now also. So I don't know, maybe, I don't know. And I'm restreaming and hosting from the actual spelled correctly amateur radio Twitch to this one. It's just all screwed up. I'm a little bent about it.
Boy, you are the media mogul.
Are you using Restream, Billy?
Yeah, I'm using Restream.io or whatever, and I'm not that big a fan of it. Like, I think it really screwed up my chat. But the capability to be able to multi-stream is, you know, enough to make me not care about that.
Yeah, the chat's a little funky, and I can't get the Facebook chat to show up in the stream for some reason, but, you know, YouTube does, and my typing and all that stuff does. I mean, it interfaces well with OBS. Like, I can pull the chat box up right from OBS. Let's see how many people are watching my streams right from OBS. Change the information, like the title of the stream, right from OBS. It's really nice. So I like Restream.
I'm going to go hit the shower. I'll be listening on the shower speaker. I'll be back. W2 very weak.
And Rich is throwing bits at me, man. He's like, I'm up here on the stripper pole, and he's like throwing bits at me.
Let's see, there we are, man.
And hi, Bruce.
Oh, hi. Enjoy your shower.
Thank you.
Oh, he's gonna be listening from the shower. He's got a shower radio, that guy.
Well, he has a shower speaker. That's true, which is cool. Oh, I used to have a speaker in my bathroom down here, but I don't. It was too far away. You know, when you get older, you gotta stay close to the bathroom.
I heard that.
Yeah, I like if I like have to go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, I'll force myself to go back to sleep, so I don't have to get up and go to the bathroom.
Oh yeah, you know. Well, when you get older, I don't know what it is with us guys, you know. You wake up, I don't know, 3-4 times in the middle of the night. You got to go relieve yourself. So I don't know what that's all about. I think part of it's my one of my medications. I think that's what's doing it. I don't know. You know. Remember when I was living in Alaska, there was this guy. He used to. He didn't even want to leave his room, so he had a piss pot. He had like 10 steps to go to get to the bathroom, but he didn't want to go. So he used to just stay in his room and piss in a pot in the middle of the night, and which I thought was kind of different.
Those are called thunder mugs. Very traditional.
Oh yeah, you know, I got a funny story. They used to always come over to my room, you know, I worked for a company up there on a early warning radar site, and I remember the guys, they used to always come over my room because I had an exhaust fan in my room. So you know, they used to come up there and partake, and so I had a couple chairs. It was, you know, I didn't want them no more, so I got rid of one of the chairs and I gave it to this guy, you know, and then they they decided to do a sweep with a dog, and Christ's sakes, that dog went crazy over that chair. That guy was all mad.
Early warning radar, you mean like the Pine Line or the Dew Line?
Yeah, 42 miles to Russia.
Back and forth about the
Article in QSO that they went out to Diomede Island, and they operated. kind of funny to read the article. I wish I knew they were going out there. I would have told them a few things because, you know, the weather is really severe out there. I remember I had an Eskimo girlfriend that wanted me to go and live with her out there, and then nevertheless I went out there. I checked it out. They did live in a bunch of caves out there. Well, back then, that was back in the late 70s, early 80s, you know. And so I decided wasn't for me, you know. But yeah, that weather was really something. In fact, I missed getting my KL7 call because our mail plane was delayed by almost a month, and my application to the FCC was in the outgoing mail. So I just missed KL7 X-ray, which is what I wanted. But WL7B is good too. So, yeah, I remember that we had really bad weather that year. And little Diomede Island, 42 miles to Russia. I used to shoot my 44 mag over there all the time. I don't know whether any of the bullets got over there.
You worked on Dewline radar? Good Lord, that's far up there.
Oh yeah. Well, I did the communications for them with all the massages used to go in and out on. That was a good job. I used to sleep all day. Drink all night and sleep all day. How can you go wrong? And rub noses.
Well, that is affectionate now, isn't it? N1 BCG.
Yes, it is. WL7B. In fact, I touched base with an old friend of mine up there a couple years ago, and I asked her, I said, is there any kids running around the village that kind of look like me? And she said, no, there's no kids that look like you, Bruce. There's one that looked like
quite a message.
W2BTK.
Wow, nice signal.
Whiskey 3, Oscar Hotel. It's hard to beat that signal, though.
Hey, Billy.
Yeah, what's up, George?
God, you're over 30. What did you do? Connect yourself to an Eiffel Tower?
No, I'm 4 years older than 30. I'm 34. No, what did I do? Nothing, man. I'm just doing what I always do. It's probably conditions and the fact that I have my antenna optimized for local signal, so it works.
You can say that again.
Even though I'm doing pretty well in Georgia.
Oh, I couldn't hear a thing.
Excuse me, you were doing well in Georgia too. You were on the web SDR when I was looking at it before there, George.
Oh, wow. That's really mean propagation. I don't have a computer or anything like it, to get on WSDR. To see myself, hear myself, whatever. Thanks, I think. I hope the guys didn't mind. Most of the time when I hear guys talking, they can hear me, but not in this case.
You're strapping, George. Whatever you're doing is working, man.
Sorry, I had to let go of the PTT. I got a toggle here and I'm holding the soldering gun. The conditions are just perfect at the moment right now. Everybody sounds fantastic. And of course, 15 minutes later, it'll be time to say, huh?
Yeah, but the band's holding in there, man. Everybody's strong. I don't remember quite well. And Dave went to take a shower. Clark always does an Irish exit. And I don't know where everybody went.
Oscar, I tried to chime in a second ago. I made a double with somebody.
I'm back. Just finishing up my dinner.
Hey Perry, hey Billy, or Bill. I'm not sure if it's Bill or Billy. My bad. And I can't remember who else is in there now.
I'm still in here, WL7B, Bruce. Hey, Bruce. Hello.
How you been, Bruce? I haven't heard you in a little while. You guys almost moved, or how's the whole Arizona thing going? Arizona, right?
Yeah. It's going. Almost bought a house the other day, but it was lacking two things. And so we didn't end up buying it, but they've got a really active ham club there. I did some searching, and they have the Missile Museum out there, which has a 80 some odd foot disc-cone antenna that was built by Collins back in the 60s, and you could drive your car up there and undo the coax, plug it into your mobile rig, and you can operate on that antenna, which is kind of cool. And they have a ham station in the Missile Museum too that you can operate. So that's neat. And the ham club in that area has got about 140 members. So I talked to the president, was it yesterday? And nice guy. And he had a real active. They get together, go on picnics and cruises and ham radio stuff. They got a big bunch of Elmers that'll help everybody out, and it's in a community where antennas are not really allowed. So these guys have really perfected the what's that thing, the flagpole antenna, and a few other things. And he says they get out pretty decent. Plus they got the ham station at the missile base, which has got 2 kW and some beams and stuff that you can use anytime if you want to.
Oh, well, cool, man. Sounds interesting. Good for you. I hope it all goes well. And as seamless as possible. And yeah, well, are you still going to keep your house around here, or are you moving out there and you're never looking back?
Well, I'm going to sell this house here, that's for sure. I'm done with Connecticut. I still have the place in Canada, so we'll be traveling up there, and as long as I can. I'm hoping to con one of my ham buddies to allow me to put a radio at their house and remote it. So we'll see how that works out. It would be nice to put a flex at a buddy's house, and then I'd be able to still talk to everybody from out there. That would be cool.
Yeah, no, that'd be cool. It'd be good to keep in touch, Good to hear from you every now and again. There. So, well, yeah, all right, man. Well, best of luck to you. And I gotta go check on my rice in the microwave. Instant rice, man, the best. That's one thing I hate is cooking regular rice. It just seems to take so long. I can never get it right. But instant rice, that's a whole nother story. I'll be right back. W3MMR.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I bought one of those Instapots a few months back, and about a week ago I cooked rice in it, and boy, did it work good. And it was easy. It came out perfect. It didn't get burned, and yeah, it worked better than a rice cooker, and it was faster. It took like 5 minutes.
Yeah, my father's got one of those Instapots, man. I know a lot of people that have them, and everybody raves about them. Maybe I should invest. All right, I'll be back. W3MR.
Yeah, they work well. I was, what else I made in? I made pulled pork in it. I made spaghetti sauce in it. My God, it's I make a pretty good sauce anyway. But, you know, I made sauce in the darn thing, and man, did it come out. I think it was the best sauce I ever made. And what's nice, you just, you know, it's like Ron Pompei, you know, you set it and you forget it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy that had the spray hair. Remember that?
You know, that stuff is super flammable.
Oh, yeah. You don't want to put it on when you're smoking.
It's like those 80s movies with all the chicks in the bathroom with the hairspray, man. Like, how did any of them not develop, like, lung disease?
I don't know. No, that was nasty. I remember my mom used to use hairspray. That stuff was nasty.
I used to, like, you know, when I was real young, like the early 90s, all those, like, goofy hairstyles were in, and I wanted to, like, I had hairspray, and I tried it, and then I tried mousse, and that worked, and then, like, what's that? Oh, yeah, pomade. Yeah, when, like, the emo haircuts were popular, those asymmetrical, shaggy haircuts, I had one of those. And I had a thing of pomade. And now, well, I don't have to worry about it.
I hear you. Neither do I. I got the 10-inch part now.
I've got the male pattern baldness.
Yeah. What the heck is this? 800 service. We know what that is. Yeah, get rid of that. That's probably for solar panels. I haven't been getting very many calls lately. It seems like maybe they all got the virus and died. All these callers.
You gotta ask Clark.
Oh, this one's not giving up. Let's see here. Hello?
Put him on.
That'd be great. Put them on and we can provide the responses.
You don't want to talk to me. I don't know why, but no, I haven't been getting very many. Usually it starts about 3 o'clock in the afternoon till about 9. And, but I just noticed that. I haven't been getting them lately, which is okay by me. Most of the time I don't answer them anyway. It's nice if you're watching TV, this Xfinity, the number comes right up on the screen, which is nice, so you can, you know, other than hearing the phone ring, it's a nice feature. But, oh yeah, it's getting dark out. Got all the garbage cans out. We're rocking now. Suburbia.
Was that a scam call?
Yeah, it was one of those 800 calls. They called once. I picked up, nobody was there. Then they called back, like a minute later, they called again. Nobody was there, so I don't know. But it seems, I don't know, Clark, have you been getting them regular? Because mine has dropped way down.
No, they've been hanging up on me. I've been actually hurt.
Oh, I hate when they do that. Especially if you need somebody, you know, I like talking to them myself.
I'm here to be scammed, and they hang up on me. It's very upsetting.
I know. Well, you know, especially when you ask us this, do you want to be my friend? I don't have any friends. I was like, do you want to be my friend? And then they hang up on you. Talk about a blow.
Maybe you're saying it wrong.
Maybe. I try to be sincere about it. You know? At least I'm not yelling at the top of my lungs like my wife does when they call.
You gotta get your special needs kid in the background, if you have one, and feed him during the scam call. That was one of my favorite ones. And then the one where they're on a cruise and the boat horn keeps going off and all that was good. You got him going with that, Clark.
Oh, yeah. It's... Oh, God.
Hey, have you seen Clark's YouTube channel?
No.
It's, well, tell... Clark, you there? I guess not. It used to be, Scam the Scammer, but I think he changed it to Scam Jam. And you can search YouTube for that. And they're pretty funny. Clark's got all scammers calling him, and he, like, signs up and, like, makes sure he gets, like... This boom sucks. Make sure he gets a few calls a day, and then he's got audio soundboards ready to go, and all these, like, shticks that he does. And it's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, he's a professional.
That he is.
I remember years ago, my old Coast Guard roommate up in Boston, he was from Long Island, and his buddies, down there. And they used to call up different places and record them, they call up a bar. They go, "Is my daddy there?" Prank calls. Actually, some of them were very funny. But, yeah, they used to do that. But that was back in the 70s, they were doing this stuff. So that was before all this big-time technology.
I think it all started with The Simpsons. Remember the early episodes of The Simpsons? Bart always prank called Moe's the bar. Like asking for Oliver. Oliver who? Oliver clothes off.
Oh yeah, that's what these guys used to do. Same thing. Exact same thing. Is Dick there? Dick who? Dick Hertz? Crap like that. maybe one of them's a writer for The Simpsons. Who knows?
Clark, how do we find your YouTube channel?
Scam Jam.
Does it come up now in search? Because I remember you were having problems with, like, not being searchable.
No, it should be fine. Yeah, Bruce, the main theme is that when the scammers call, a variety of characters end up getting on the phone with them. Actually, it's at the point now where the scammers call and ask for my characters. It's very funny. Is Franklin there? Oh, I'm sorry. It'd be more... Is Franklin there? Can I tell him who's calling? Yes, sir. I'm calling about his pain medication. Sure. Hold on a second. Franklin! Who is it? It's a phone call for you. What does he need? It's about pain medication. All right. And the idea is the phone call gets dragged out, because that's the whole key, is to, waste as much time as possible, but keep them interested. Like, be nice. There's some vigilantes that just, raise hell with them and, pick fights, but they hang up, and that doesn't last very long. So I try to have my characters be nice, and then it gets to the point where they're looking around for their credit card. When they finally get the credit card, something happens. They get, like, through 3/4 of the digits, 12 out of 16 digits on the credit card, and something always interrupts it. And it makes them bat crackers.
Yeah, but and the first 12 numbers of the credit card is always like AM watering holes. It'll be like 3885 7290, like.
Oh, yeah, well, I'll tell you what the credit card number is. And I actually called Chase to make sure that this wasn't someone's credit card I was giving out. And they verified. I have talked literally dozens of times with the fraud department at Chase. It's amazing. Of course, they won't help me with any of this, because I asked them for for a fake credit card number that they could track. I said, I get easily a dozen of these calls a day. I could be dishing out trackable numbers for you guys. And they said they didn't want to get into it. I'm like, okay, then I'm going to do it on my own. But yes, my credit card number is ready, because I don't want to give this out to just anybody, just to you guys. 4286. All I got to do is add a 1 before that, so you get 14286. 7290 3885 and 1945. So there you have it. You now have my credit card number.
I don't believe you did that.
Really? You don't believe I would do that?
I don't believe you.
Clark, can we get the 3-digit number on the back side of the fictitious card number?
You know, we never get to that. That's like the next question. But usually by the time we get to the 12th digit, if I'm walking along a street, a fire engine will drive by, or drowning it out. So I said I missed the last 4 digits. I said it was, or like a jackhammer, which gets played really loud. I'm like, sir, one more time. I'm sorry, I'm in a city right now. It's just they're working on the streets. The credit card number. No, sir, just the last 4 digits. Okay, it's one. Can you keep it down a second? I'm trying to give this guy my credit card number. Oh, why don't you go blow yourself? All right. One. Oh, and they get pissed off. There was another one where I was on a flight, and in the background, you know, you hear the people getting their seats and stuff, and then they're asking for the credit card number, and I get to the last 4 digits, and all of a sudden, boom! Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to depart. The last passengers on board. Please stow all your electronic devices and prepare for departure. Thank you very much. Oh, I have to go. No, sir, just the last 4 digits, please. Your last 4 digits. And I got my cousin to play the part. I pre-recorded, of course. An angry flight attendant, so she comes over and threatens to break my phone over my head. No, I really have to go. I have to go. Oh. There's always a reason. There's always something that happens right before we get to the last 4 digits, and it makes the scammers crazy.
Yeah, I think your phone number, Clark, is probably on a sticky note right above the cubicle where they talk. It's probably, you know, for a good time, call this number.
Actually, a friend of mine who's seen the channel said, you know, they've doubled you. They're actually onto you. I said, really? What do you mean? I said, I'll bet they use you for training. You wonder why you get so many phone calls and why you don't get banned by the scammers is because they put all the new hires onto your phone number and have you break them in. You weed out the ones who aren't going to make it. I'm like, really? So I'm part of their training process? Hey!
Yeah, you're probably not too far off. I'm sure they got other ones that, you know, get on there and just yell at them. They probably got a slew of them. But, you know, I told my wife, you know, don't do that. And, geez, one day about 2 o'clock in the morning, we got a phone call.
I'm going to get myself a glass of wine. I'll be right back.
I mean, they want that credit card number. They're not going to call it a bad time. But it's amazing. Mondays and Fridays, my phone gets hammered by those guys. But I like it. I mean, if I'm really busy, I'll actually ask them if they can call back. Can you believe it? Yes, I reschedule scam calls. But no, it's a lot of fun because it's just, you know, you don't know when they're going to call, so I have to do my regular work and then just always be ready. And it's kind of fun. It's like challenging. Okay, quick, think on the spot. I like that.
Yep, that's, you know, that breaks up the day. Sometimes I talk to them, sometimes I don't. it depends. Depends on what I feel like. Remember, I had the IRS guy call me, and I finally told him. I said, "Well, I'd be better off in prison. You know, you got heat there. You know, you feed you, clothe you. You know, I couldn't afford my medicine last winter. It was freezing in here because I can't buy oil. You know, and I'm starving. So I said, just send the sheriff down. I'll pack a small bag, and you know, you could take me away." And it was funny. The guy didn't know what to say.
And one BCG. Good evening, everybody.
W.
You've been here since 4 o'clock. W2BTK.
Bill, as they would say in France, oui.
Weed? No, thank you. I quit.
No, we, as in us.
Wheat? Like go-to bread?
We, as in you were here just as long as I've been.
Oh, like OUI. I got you.
We. Yes, like amateur. EUR.
Dude, yeah, I know. Yeah, I can't spell the word amateur, and that's on me. And Twitch was like laughing at me like, yeah, you know what? You suck. You can't spell. We're going to punish you.
Yeah, but you can spell French words.
Oui.
The amateur radio.
You spelled sniff okay.
I did, but no, that's the thing. It's, see, I'm not amateur radio. I'm amateur radio.
Oh, that puts it in a whole different perspective now.
Amateur. And what's the difference between saying croissant and croissant?
One is French, the other's Canadian. Yeah, it's like Spanish and Mexican.
Hey, Dave's got your YouTube channel bookmarked there, Clark. You're doing good.
Who's Dave?
I bookmarked
Dave's
that
not here, man.
you mentioned it. I'll have to listen to that later. I love the. Let me make sure I'm not doubling. I'm not. Oh, I love. And there's a couple of them that have done bits on the incorrect phone call. I would be surprised if Clark hasn't seen them. One is a guy calls, gets a wrong number, and it's somebody in an apartment, and he's called who he thinks is the repair guy, like an English comedian. Another one is like an American guy who gets a call from a company having a budget issue. They're both pretty funny, actually.
Well, I actually have not heard of either of them, but I will tell you who my comedy hero is. Phil Hendry.
I don't know Phil, but I will look him up. I always liked Stephen Wright.
Well, I can tell you in short, Phil Hendry is a radio personality who does a call-in show, except all of his guests are him, and he does different voices. So what he'll do is he'll present some, guest with some outlandish opinion about something, and then take phone calls. But the people who will be calling in will be real listeners who are completely mortified. For example, Steve Bozell, this is years ago, this gentleman, Steve Bozell, was on the phone because he had thrown his 12-year-old son off the roof of his house onto a folding table and felt that this was perfectly okay because it was a sanctioned move by WWF. And this shows you how long ago this was. And, of course, moms and stuff were calling into this show freaking out about this. And then he was saying how his son elbow-driven him into his groin, and it it spun out of control very quickly. But hey, there were only two people on that entire phone call: the real listener and Phil Hendry, and yet you heard like 4 different voices.
Wow, okay, well, I've got him bookmarked already as well. Hey, and also, hey, Perry, if you're still out there, I sent you an email with a video of my first run down the mountain, on the mountain bike on Saturday.
Perry! I guess we drove him away.
No.
The W2VW is back.
How'd we sound from the shower, Dave? And I bet Perry just is eating ice cream and he hears us and he wants to respond, but that ice cream, man.
He's got brain freeze.
Well, the new shower radio is a Radio Shack DX440 Sangean, whatever, 803 or whatever the thing is. It's made out of 2 broken ones that I put together to make a shower radio because it gets humid in there. And I don't want to sacrifice anything good like a DX160. Right, Clark?
I happen to have a Sangean ATS 803A right here. So it's a good radio.
Yeah, well, don't turn the volume up really loud on it. Because you'll take out the audio chip.
Well, the problem I'm having with it actually is the is tuning. It jumps around, so I got to get in there and figure that out someday.
Mechanically, you mean?
Yeah, you can enter in a frequency one of 2 ways. Either punch it in on the keyboard, or you can use the tuning knob on the right side. But that jumps. Like, you know, you tune around, all of a sudden it'll go up 100 kilohertz. So there's something in the resolver which is not quite right.
Yeah, your encoder's bad. I had that same problem.
And how do you fix it?
You find a Radio Shack DX440 that all it needs is the output, audio output amp from the Sangean, and you put the Sangean into that, and it works.
Clever.
I had one of those when they were new, the Radio Shack one, and I had it hooked up to a G5 RV at work. And 10 meters was open. I was listening to DL6SX, who was a famous ham, on 10 meter AM. And I was outside at work, and the windows were open, and I was listening to him from 200 feet away. That's how loud it was turned up. And he came on the air. And by the time I made it in to turn it down, that was it for the audio chip. That's the first time I blew one of those up.
Is that an enclosed feature inside that particular Sangean part?
I'm sorry?
Is that an enclosed one? Encoder?
I haven't opened the radio. I mean, I don't really tune around on it that much, but I haven't checked it out.
You know, you can use the up and down buttons too, right?
Actually, I have not tried that. That's interesting. Yeah, that makes sense. But I'd like to get it fixed. So someday, if I really get upset, but I found that if I tune slowly, it's fine. It's like if I try to make some time with it, then it'll jump, and that's problematic.
Yeah, it's got fuzzy logic.
You know, it seems like it would be perfect for me, but that is a problem.
Dave?
I should have named my channel Fuzzy Logic.
That would have been good, yeah.
I'm wondering if it's an enclosed unit, fine. If it's old school, maybe sprayed, no?
I don't think you can spray that. But if it thinks that it's being tuned faster than it's being tuned, then that's mechanical sloppiness in the thing. I mean, you could probably take it apart and rebush it and all that stuff. Well, if you get bored, Clark, maybe I'll send you my broken encoder. You can try to fix it.
Yay. I guess I should probably get good at these things first. N1 BCG.
WB2XJK.
W2 very weak.
No, you're not.
W2BTK.
I did just get a box from Mouser, though, with 3 inline surge protectors. Now I need to figure out which one's going to work right for this transmitter. Not this transmitter, that transmitter.
How do you say that, the name of that company?
Mouser. And I believe that's correct.
Yeah, because, you know, people call it the same thing as they call the rifle, and but people in western Pennsylvania say it the way that you say it. So I don't know.
My understanding is it was literally named for a cat. It's so Mouser.
Really?
That's somewhere I read that. Why is this company called Mouser? Well, it all started with this cat, so all right.
Well, since you're international, how do you say the really cheap audio company that starts with B-E-H and ends in -er?
Belcher?
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh,
the one that Bill KC2IFR hated so much.
Oh, Behringer.
Ah, I got you.
Like the wine.
Yeah, that's wrong. You know that.
The Heringer.
That's right, Clark. Out of all people, I thought you would have had that. But it's colloquial to say it the other way, so that's right too. It's language, you know. Language morphs as it goes along, kind of like COVID-19.
Right, but look at my audience here. So what do you think I'm supposed to answer?
Oh yeah, that's right, Clark. You know, you're absolutely right.
I hear that a lot. That's why I do what I do.
You're a smart guy, Clark.
So the question is, should I put in 1.7 amp 10 ohm, 1.7 amp 25 ohm, or 1.5 amp 30 ohm?
What's the context?
This has to go into an LPB 20 watt RAM broadcast transmitter. And the funny thing is, the manual says it's supposed to be a 2 amp varistor, but that's not correct, because the entire transmitter, the line current, this 120 volt supply current, only goes up to about 135 watts at full power with modulation. So 2 amp doesn't make any sense.
Isn't all that called out on your paperwork from the people that aren't happy till you aren't happy?
Oh, the FCC? Yeah, those guys. Well, what about them?
Oh, the FCC, they do a great job.
All right, number one. The FCC and I have talked many times about me broadcasting on AM for my house. So we're tight with that. So I'm good with this.
I believe you, Clark.
It also happens to be the backup transmitter for the local radio station, even though I own it. Because, well, it actually was their main transmitter for a week. So I need to replace the inrush surge protector on it. Because the one that was in there, I was wondering, wow, do I smell like this burning circuit smell every time this thing's running? And it turned out that the device that was in there was cracked open. And it's a good thing I discovered it, because that was on a track to Failureville. And better it fails here at my house than when it's actually on the air.
Yeah, but I have an important question. A very important question. I understand French made. French made, yes. But why not Italian made? What's wrong with Italian made?
One word, fiat.
Again, Tony? Fine in African temperature? Yeah, but, you know, French made, Italian made, you know what I'm saying to you, Clark? You know, French made, Italian made, what? You don't like Italian made,
I definitely need some more red stuff. Be right back.
Hey, good night, Clark. Guys, I'm losing everybody. Propagation just let go. Pleasure. Thanks for the company. WB2HJK. Catch you guys later.
Hey, wait a minute, George. I'm arguing with somebody here. I said George is in our QSO. And they're like, no, George is in our QSO on another frequency and mode. I'm like, no, we have George.
Did I double with you?
Look what happened. WB2GCR for curiosity.
That's because at this frequency, it needs to be a pearl necklace of wisdom.
George, you can't ditch us for 3814 sideband. Come on.
No. Literally, I have to go upstairs and pass up what I have on. Or else.
Hey, Phil Hendrick, I love it when he tells people about talking about it. You know? When he does that, it's so funny.
As I said, he is my comic hero.
Yeah, he's good, but, you know, he can only go so far. He really needs another person, you know, two people who can do 4 voices each, and then imagine that.
Yeah, good night, all.
I have never been for one when he's been doing his voices. He fooled me. He fooled me years ago when he was doing one of his interviews, and I called a friend of mine up and I said, "Have you heard this?" And he goes, "Oh yeah, it's Phil Hendry." I'm like, "You should hear what this guest is. Where does he get these guys?" He said, "That's him." I said, "Get the hell out." "No, it's not. They're interrupting each other." He said, "No, he's that good. He makes it sound like they're interrupting each other." And then I listened again and realized, yep, he bamboozled me. He was that good. And at that point forward, oh my God, when his show was on, I would carry a radio around room to room so I would not miss a second of it. He's that good. N1 BCG.
W2.
Right from the horse's mouth, N1 BCG.
And W2BTK. Clark, I wanted to ask, what kind of red stuff you got, man? I'm grooving on this 2017 Dreaming Tree Crush.
I'm thinking Behringer might be good.
Oh, Behringer 9024? I used to use one of those.
No, a Behringer as in Behringer Vineyards.
Somewhere Bill Russell is still cursing out PV and Behringer.
Yes, Behringer.
Yeah, he has a story all onto his own, and I've got the emails somewhere in a file to prove it.
He's going along on a cloud playing a harp. He's like, "You guys are great."
And then 5 minutes later, the storm clouds would show up.
Storm clouds?
Yes, Bill was part of the Mood of the Moment Club.
Or that only Billy could have talked to Bill on the air.
Wait, what?
Yeah, that would have been good. You guys would have gotten along fine.
Well, that's a shame.
He had numerous health problems. And you know what happens after that? The best was best was on, he got on right here, I believe, and he was telling people that he thought he was having a heart attack, and Nick, KG2IR, said, yep, you better get yourself into the hospital. They'll bring you right in. You won't have to wait. They're going to check you out. They're really good at it. I've got a friend who's a cardiologist. Do it now. And Bill told him, I'm going to drink some milk and go to bed. So the next time I heard from Bill was like 3 weeks later or a month later, and he had a heart attack and died 3 times, and they brought him back and gave him some stents and all that stuff. And he was like, I should have listened.
You know, that's really scary stuff, and it can creep up on you. My father, this was 4 years ago now. He was like, healthy. My dad, like, walking around, going to work, going to the gym, this and that. And he changed doctors, right? So he went to the new doctor, and the new doctor's like, look, I don't know you from a hole in the wall. I'm sending you to get a bunch of tests. So he got his echocardiogram, and it came back normal. But there was some little discrepancy or something, and the doctor was like, look, I'd normally never pay attention to this, but again, you're a brand new patient. I'm going to send this to the next phase of, like, analysis. And they did that. The test results came back, and they called my dad and said, look, I don't care what you're doing right now. Go to the hospital. You need to go to the hospital right now. You have surgery in the morning. And he got a triple bypass. He had one working artery that was 95% blocked. He was working on like 5% of what he should have. Living his life, going to the gym, just fine. And he was that bad, he didn't even know it. And it saved his life, man. And now, like, he had all this gray hair. It started to, like, ungray, and his just complexion looked better and all this stuff. But nobody had an idea that, like, that was the case. I'm getting a little choked up about it because, like, I almost lost my dad. And nobody could have seen it coming. It's crazy, that heart stuff, man. You got to watch.
Wow. Yeah, good story. If you don't have your health, you don't have anything. And, people talk about ham guys talking about their health and stuff. Oh, these old guys on ham radio. Well, guess what, dopes? It's very important. It's the most important thing you can talk about. And comparing notes with other people and stuff like Billy's talking about. There might be some guy out there somewhere listening, he might save his life. Because he might get an inkling that doctors aren't all full of crap.
Well, if he didn't change doctors, I'm pretty sure he'd be dead. Because the doctor was going, like I said, his EKG was, like, pretty normal. There was just some little thing on it that wasn't even worth looking at, that they investigated and found out that, he was not too good. But he was healthy and, like, just doing his normal thing. You would never have known.
That's a happy story.
It is. But anyway.
Yeah, man. I came back from my shower and my transmitter was still on frequency. I'm starting to worry about it.
My squeals are gone and you're locked on frequency. Is it a full moon?
I don't think so. There was only a sliver last night. Got baby rabbits running around the yard.
Speaking of that, I don't know where my cat went. She's probably in the basement.
We have the cat from hell that visits here. You don't see it for like years, and then it comes and kills things. There was a homicide on the side of the house. Not the side where the tower is, but the other side. I found found a whole bunch of bird feathers, and then there's this one bird. They're all paired up this time of year. There's this one bird kind of hanging out there. We had that a few years back too. We had a dove that got killed, and the doves, they're like paired up for life. They don't believe in divorce, so the one lonesome dove here for a couple of 3 years after that. It was the cat. The cat did it. I know the cat did it. And the cat also got, we had a bird nest on one of the hanging baskets on the front deck. And one day I went out there. I don't know how the cat got to it, but man, there was nothing left.
That's cats, man. Cats are, it's different than a dog. Like, dogs have a lot more needs than cats. Really, the only need that a cat has is to like hunt and kill. And if you want to have a happy cat, obviously you feed your cat, but you got to play with it. If you don't let the cat go outside and kill stuff, like I don't, my cat's an indoor cat, but I have to run her around with, like, a little mouse on a string or whatever, and like let her hunt and pounce on it. And it's like, that's the only way your cat stays healthy. Otherwise they get depressed and they don't live a long time.
And they look at you the same way, whether you're a butterfly or an axe murderer.
How does that work with catnip? I mean, is that okay for your cat? Can they overdose on it? I mean, I don't know anything about that at all. W2VW.
I don't think so. I mean, obviously you don't want to give them a ton of it, but it is good for them. It stimulates them. If your cat's lazy and won't play and is like in a funk, I get the catnip out, and 10 minutes later I get the toy, and she is ripping around the whole house, just going nuts. And it's just stimulation.
Do they have that for people?
I think it's called weed.
Yeah, like Bill Nip.
Yeah, but I quit, man.
I guess you're glad the cat can't get to the transmitter room now.
Oh no, she can go in there. The one door is open. If I close both doors, it would be 100 degrees in there, Let me go make sure she's not stuck to the back of my rectifiers.
Yeah, I guarantee you, if that happened, you would know it already, but okay.
Like that scene in Christmas Vacation with the cat underneath the chair chewing on the Christmas-like chords.
Yeah, what was the other one where there was nothing left but the leash hanging from the back of the Ford station wagon?
Yes, that was regular Vacation. Grandmother's dog. Yep.
They don't write them like that anymore. What happened to Chevy Chase, man? Who read him those later scripts and talked him into doing those movies?
I don't even know if I've seen any of his movies other than the Vacation series and Christmas Vacation, honestly.
Well, you're good.
Man, that cat is not gonna go in that room. It's so noisy that I don't want to go in there.
Yeah, well, just imagine working around that crap every day.
Man, yeah, it's a special kind of noise, but most construction sites are not much better.
Well, that blower, that auxiliary blower, that's only from the exciter cabinet of the one transmitter. I had 3 of those going at one time. And then 3 about twice the size of those going for the IPAs, for the UHF tube transmitters, all in that one area there. That was pretty delightful.
Man, thank God for your little office, right? That was not bad when you shut the door.
Oh, yeah. Yep. They said, well, we want to build the office all the way at the other side next to a 15-ton air handler. I said, okay, here's my number. I'll be in Philly. You call me if you need anything.
Hey, speaking of that little office, what happened to that nice Grace audio monitor controller that you had in those Genelec speakers?
It's right here. It's right here.
That is like a pimp daddy monitoring setup, man.
Yeah, I was thinking of taking down my JBLs and sticking that in here. You know, I want to sell it, but I don't know. That thing's pretty good.
Nah, don't sell it, man. That's badass stuff, you know. And if you were to like decide that you wanted something like that and you're gonna go and buy it, you wouldn't. So just hold on to it.
Yeah, maybe I should put it all in here, you know, the 5.1, all those Genelecs. I have them all. I have that whole entire everything.
Wait, you had a sub also?
Yeah, got a Genelec sub and 5, you know, of their normal, whatever they call them.
Yeah, that's like the Mac Daddy monitoring setup. That's good stuff. Don't get rid of that. You might want to set it up. Setting up 5.1 for a shack monitoring setup is a bit of a waste, but I mean, it's awesome.
Have you ever seen me with anything that's overkill before?
Oh, no.
Yeah, take that 5.1 and, you know, go ahead and just do the whole Dolby Atmos setup. That way you have Bill and I coming at you overhead as well. Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel.
Hey, he's back.
I got you guys. I already got you guys in 2 channels coming from 2 receivers from 2 different antennas, so it's the fades happen at different times. It's pretty funky, Dave.
We'll copy that. That sounds like a pretty nice setup. I'm just running two little JBL control monitors, and they're not even in stereo at the moment because my mixer board only has an analog out, or a mono out, I should say.
Well, I had a facility that cost like $10 million to build, and we were taking it apart down to the last granule, and they're like, look, if you want any of this stuff, just get it out of here.
Hey, my monitoring setup came out of there.
Yeah, I love when stuff like that happens.
I've got 2 backups for my monitoring setup, which is just a Wohler. I can't say enough about how good these things sound, man, and they get loud. Before, when I was in my kitchen and it was too quiet, I had the Wohler cracked only to like 12 o'clock. It was like 50%. And then I was turning up my main gas pedal and running out of gas pedal. I was like, what the hell, man? But, yeah, no, I can hear this thing from the kitchen, no problem.
Yeah, but now what's the proper way of pronouncing Wohler?
I don't know.
You got it.
That Dave knows.
I'm thinking Wohler.
Well, this will make a good homework assignment for tonight. We can reconvene on this tomorrow. And one BCG.
They're out in it, so you can forget that.
Clark, what's the proper word, way to pronounce, what is it? Thales? Thales? How do you say that?
Talus.
Thales.
No, that's when things are discounted in P-Town.
No, the proper change the name to Comark.
Dude, Comark. You know the only thing that keeps this station going is Comark?
Comark ain't half bad. You know what? You have Harris and Comark TV transmitters, and The Comark will drive you nuts with ghost faults. There's nothing really wrong with it, but it'll kick out and give you a fault that's not really there because there's RF getting in the CAN bus or something stupid like that. But the Harris will burn up a half a dozen parts. So which one would you rather fix?
They use CAN bus on that?
Yes, they do. In the Paragon transmitters, they have, I think it's 7 different little modules in all the different cabinets that do different things. One handles mostly cooling. The other one's in the high voltage, so it's monitoring all the voltages and some currents. And there's another one like where the primary power goes in, and all that crap is flying to each other, not on fiber, although they do use fiber. They didn't do it on fiber. They used a balanced line, just like audio.
So can you plug like your OBD2 sensor into the transmitter and check for error codes?
It spits out plenty of error codes without having to do anything, and you can't plug anything into that damn thing because it's very sensitive to RF. Like one of the factory retrofits on that transmitter was to take the cooling, the little brain box that was in the cooling system area where all the copper piping was going through the heat exchangers, and I'm sure you remember what that looked like. Take it off and sand down the paint that it's, where it goes in all 4 attachment points. And like, these guys came out with that like 3 years after mine started freaking out, because I had the oldest one, like the first one on planet Earth. So all the crap that went wrong, nobody knew what to do with it. So anyway, I had already put like tons of extra copper and, thick copper, UHF rated, really wide flat straps with multiple points to ground crap, because I knew there was RF getting into that thing. So I had already done that by the time that retrofit came out, like 3 years later.
I'm still amazed they did CAN bus in there. And aren't there like way better protocols than that?
Well, this is probably designed in 2000.
Yeah, well, there you go.
They use fiber.
Wow.
What?
It was somebody.
I'm sorry, guys.
W2J what?
Someone's got something going on with their audio.
Try that again slower. You've got like a rumbling thing going on your audio there. Is it John?
Yeah, let me cut this back a bit. W2JON.
Way more back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on this profile.
Oh, I got you anyway. W2JON. Good evening.
Hey, good evening. Let me, yeah, I gotta rumble. Let me fix this up. Alright. That probably killed it. It was never to me.
Whatever you're doing for boosting bass, get rid of all of it.
Yeah, I gotta roll through the HDR this out.
Yeah, all of it. It's all low end.
W2BTK.
WOO is listening.
Hey, there's WOO. You came way up.
The sun is going down, and so it's about time for you to at least be 30 or 40 over now.
Oh, I don't have an S meter reading for you, but and I wasn't even watching my SNR on you. But next time you transmit, I'll give you an SNR.
Michael, come over and say hi. No, you come over and talk.
Some people
Oh, that's real.
They watched in New York and asked them.
Two college grads. One's an electrical engineer, and the other one's
I don't know. I just kind of look at the noise
they can come up with. Yo.
I knew it was about that time for the East Coast to come here and build up and do their thing. So just wanted to come in here and say what to you. That's beautiful. Very nice. Here in India.
And he doubled a little bit, but when you're not in a fade, your SNR is about 40 dB here, so I'm hearing you just fine.
Oh, okay. All right, well, hey. Bring the carrier up a little bit, and maybe that'll do a good job, you know, just a little bit, just to get above the noise level, and it won't irritate you. Back to you.
You guys hearing W9 WOO in there?
Yeah, he's making it to the Atlantic Ocean. Static crashes are kind of crummy, but if it weren't for that, it would be armchair copy.
W2JON.
JON, you hearing the W9 out there?
Yeah, I can hear him. He's in and out, but he is there.
Well, there you go. You're being heard out here on the East Coast, man.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. And everybody feels heard here in the Midwest, or the crossroads of America, they call it, here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Alrighty, well, hey, I'm going to go in the refrigerator and pop open a adult beverage, come back here and maybe join you. This is W9WOO here in Indy.
Well, you have some catching up to do with that adult beverage.
No, we don't allow any drinkers on this frequency. All of us are teetotalers.
As I drink my wine.
Yeah, if you believe that.
Well, yeah, beer. I haven't had a beer in a long time. I've been on a big wine kick.
I'm looking up, see you later, OO. Looking up JON's call here. I like your picture there with the dunce cap.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm trying to dial in these profiles. I gotta get, where's my carrier? Alright. Yeah, I got some tweaking to do.
It's not half bad. You probably want to get on here like just before dinner time when the band is sort of working and you can run it around with somebody. It sounds like an SSB audio profile you've got there, which they tend to sound a little funky on AM because you're not dealing with the same band pass. But it sounds okay, and I can tell whatever you're running there has got the ability to sound really, really, really good. So it's just a matter of dialing it in, man.
Yeah, I have transmit profiles here that I need to adjust. I also feed it through Pro Tools, so there's a couple of things that I'm going to figure out how to use. But all right.
Yeah, what you just did made you very articulate, which is good. So just leave it there. It's usable.
Okay, we're going to try 3 for 3.
Clark?
Hey, Bill, weren't we talking about this before? Now what do I do?
Yeah, but see, Clark, you're trying to jump in while he's like talking to the guy. You could wait. I mean, that's kind of on you.
I waited 3 times, so now what am I supposed to do? Go nuts?
Oh, no, you're supposed to say what you need to say. I don't know. Yeah, go nuts. Do what you need to do. Welcome to my world. But I don't think this is quite the same, because the two guys were having a conversation, you know, and kind of talking to each other, and you wanted to interject, but you didn't want to wait.
I think this is a great example.
Anyway, John, Clark and Billy had an earlier discussion about stuff, and so they're just picking back up from earlier. Has nothing to do with anything but that. Just so you know. And glad you decided to pop on here.
Do I have it?
No. Hey, Dave, just go ahead, Clark.
Why'd you do that to Clark? Is that nice?
Nope, it just, one more time, we're back to our earlier discussion.
Yeah, but you've keyed up like 7 times now and not said what you wanted to say, so, like, come on, who's perpetuating this?
Hey, Clark?
Do I have it? Yes.
The difference is, first of all, you don't have to say, do I have it? That's silly. And all you do is that, and that's all it takes. And, I mean, if I can do it with my 1957 transmitter without it blowing up, anybody can.
You know, here's the problem with all of that, and that is, if that means that everyone's got to key up and then unkey and listen. It's like, well, why'd you key up in the first place?
Because you're marking your spot. You've got it done. You know what that's about.
Oh, I go through several cans of Resolve every week.
Yeah, so if you think you're going to be, I mean, you know, there's a rhythm you get in break-in on AM. And people have been doing it for years on sideband and AM. They get into a rhythm, and you know when you might be doubling with somebody. And that's when you do that. You don't have to do it all the time.
I know every time when I double with someone, I unkey and someone else is halfway through a sentence.
And you're wondering why I say the things I say.
Like the fact.
Billy, okay, so not to bring up 4 o'clock again, but the point here is no one's intending to do this. It's just this is the stuff that happens. It happens to you, it happens to me, it happens to everybody. It's just, this is just par for the
So what's new, Billy? How's things going over there? How's the weather?
Look, see what I just did? Look, I'm transmitting right now by myself. Nobody's doubling with me, and I know that because I did that. But Clark, I heard everything you said. Dave didn't key up until the very last second of your transmission just to spoof you into thinking that he was keying on you.
I do the same thing.
I just love that we all have good TR systems. You know, that's not easy to do when you're turning high voltage on and off.
Actually, I don't. The high voltage stays on always on this transmitter. Well, high voltage, air quotes.
Yeah, that's not high voltage. I know what you're doing, and your system works. I was talking about those of us who might be blinking. I mean, I actually just got a report from the other room about blinking lights.
I don't really get any of that when I do this, and I'm switching some pretty high voltages over here.
You know how we can solve this? We should all listen on web SDRs, and then you'll hear the heterodyne or someone else talking. I think Tim pioneered, as far as I know, Timtron pioneered that a long time ago by listening to a receiver. Can you believe it, on his own property? But he said it was something like 700 feet away. There was an antenna, and he could tell if someone else was keyed up while he was transmitting.
Yeah, well, you could do the same thing by doing what I just did.
Or you've got Paul VJB who listens on a web SDR, and then we'll do commentary on people who key up while he's talking. So you have a lot of creative solutions to the problem.
I like when people do that, man.
To what?
Respond to the people that are keying with them. It's hilarious.
Oh, I mean, like, someone will be going along to
W2VW.
Well, I'll just wait.
W2BTK.
Consider it to finish keying up. Okay, good. Thank you. Well, I was talking. So, as I was saying, yeah, that is pretty good.
Have you spotted your transmitter recently, Billy?
No. I'm a little low, huh?
I don't know where you were. I just heard a note, and I'm 25 hertz low.
Yeah, I'm lower than you.
I got a crap still around here for 38.85. I should just use it, huh?
My crap still goes on 3886. Somebody key up for a minute and give me, like, make your transmission long enough that I can go in the other room and zero beat you. Alright? Somebody on frequency.
Well, this thing should be fairly close to CHU, so here's your carrier. I should probably put some content on this, because... Well, anyway, so if you're looking to get your transmitters calibrated to 3885, this is a great opportunity, because I do go to great lengths. Sure that this VFO is, this actually DDS VFO is accurate. So, Bill, I'm dragging my feet, you're done, right? N1 BCG.
Yeah, it only took me about 10 seconds, and I couldn't hear you from in the other room, even though I cranked the speaker, so I just kind of guessed.
Well, guessed at what I was saying?
No, guessed at the amount to turn my little VFO knob.
Ah, that big a signal. Okay, good.
Yeah, you're loud. I couldn't zero beat. I couldn't zero beat with your signal when I got back on here just a minute ago, Clark. You were too loud. I didn't have enough back wave. I have to use my frequency counter. It takes 5 seconds. So I flip over the dummy load and transmit. They gave me enough time to do the same thing. And I turned the variac up a little bit. Yeah. So I'm getting 50 watts out now.
Now, Bill, that would be a fabulous investment. I find frequency counters to be very useful. I use them all the time.
Well, the way I did it for the longest is I would just spot my transmitter and I would see the carrier on the pan adapter and I would just move it over. But now I can't see the pan adapter when I'm standing in front of the transmitter. It had a monitor in there, which is probably cheaper than a frequency counter.
No, there are some very inexpensive frequency counters now, and you can run an RF line into where you are, you know, to get the pre-modulated frequency, and you'll have a constant idea as to what frequency you're on. It's very handy.
Just use the damn Tommy Sound transmitter for an RF exciter and be done with it.
Almost feels like I cheat by using WWV.
Wait, what?
You could take, wait a minute, what?
WWV.
WWV?
Yeah.
Hello there.
2.5, 5, 10, 15, and 20 megahertz, and at one time 25. I use CHU because it's closer, so you've got 333 for 75 meters, and then what, 7850 or something like that for 40 meters. So CHU is handier and just as accurate.
I met the guy who was the project manager who rebuilt WWV out in Fort Collins in 1967. They did a QST article on it. It was really weird. He was in Hawaii because they couldn't get anybody out there to work. They wanted to go on vacation back to the States. So he came out of retirement to do vacation fills.
He redid WWV or WWVB?
Oh, WWV. In Fort Collins, they rebuilt it. And you see those, somebody was talking about, Bruce was talking about giant disc cones. They had one of those there along with, there's a really good QST article on it. His call was Steve Barnes. I think it was K6SB or KH6. He was in Hawaii. I don't know what the hell call he had anymore. The guy was like 80 years old back then. Alright, very good. He used to climb up his tower at home. It would take him whatever, and the wife would send him up lunch to eat while he was up there. After he climbed up, he'd eat lunch, and then he'd get to work.
I wonder how bathroom breaks worked.
You know, Clark, you, as you so often do, you make an excellent point.
Well, I mean, if climbing up a tower is a big deal to the point where lunch has to be, like, hoisted aloft, you know, I could see a lot more going on more frequently than just lunch.
You know,
if you're 80 years old, you're climbing up, whatever it is you're climbing up once a day or even once a week. I think that was the case.
You know, I learned something from doing live sound in nightclubs, right? Think about the bathroom in a nightclub. You know what I learned? If you're doing live sound, you know, because you're there until the end, you don't eat fast food before the show. You don't eat like McDonald's. You eat light to make sure that you don't have to go boom, boom.
You know, that makes very good sense, Billy. Can I check something here? Let me see something. That's not arcing now. Okay.
Yeah. Boom.
And before I was doing that, I was getting a snap from the rack area there, where all the stuff is, Billy.
Icky. You know what's bad about this? I have to crane my head back to see my oscilloscope now. Oh, it's kind of bright, man, but I'm not exceeding 0 volts, but I am damn close.
And that's where loudness comes from, being that last. Here's one for you, Clark. You know, people talk about, oh, I only go down to 90s, the 5%. And that last few negative percentage points there, it's pretty important.
No argument here.
Yeah, but I run into people, you know. I talk to people, and they're like, well, you know, I keep it at minus 95, and it's limited there. Okay, you're doing this for a living?
There's a 5-volt keep alive power supply that was originally in this transmitter, and that came out. So it's all low level clipped now. So I don't believe in such things. In fact, we had one on our Gates BC1G that came out. This is years ago, back in the late 80s. Some preceding engineer put that in. 3-diode limiter. That came out because the CRL processing did. First of all, CRL processing did it better than a keep alive power supply is going to. Secondly, it was louder. And third, the CRL had bass tilt correction in it, whereas this thing was just, hey, you get to whatever voltage and it just cuts it right off. And I'll bet a lot of people, maybe present company accepted, but I bet a lot of people don't realize that triodes and tetrodes reach negative 100% at different voltages. That's right, folks. It's not necessarily 0 volts, especially with tetrodes and one BCG.
Ew, tetrodes.
Yeah, I agree with the tetrodes, but I haven't seen a triode yet that does that. But yes, I understand your point. You've got the screen voltage, and so you don't need to be at 0 to cut it off. And yes, that makes sense. And yes, a keep alive supply sounds great, but if you look what you're doing to the waveform in the name of not clipping, you're clipping.
Screen grids are just a gimmick to sell tubes.
That was a perfect double, and I'm going to assign no blame to either party. W2VW.
That was a a 1-second transmission, and I'll repeat myself. Screen grids are just a gimmick to sell tubes.
Okay, and I was saying I agree with that, with the NPL.
Yeah, and, you know, Clark, those 3 diode jobbers, the simple one, if you ask me, is just fine. And you should build it like you build everything else in an analog system. You want way more bandwidth than you're going to use it at. So if you're going to use silicon diodes, no, not going to play. You know, Billy, those doorknob diodes, I built a 3 diode ultramodulator with those same doorknob diodes one time. You want to talk about bad with a capital B? Yeah, that was really bad.
Yeah, I'll let you do all that experimentation. I went straight for the good stuff. Super fast, 1.2 kilovolt PIV shot keys, man.
Back then, I don't know if I could have gotten my hands on something like that. We're talking 1996.
Yeah, I think that's... you're probably right. Stuff is pretty new. But, hey, you can get, like... you could probably get 2 kilovolt PIV shot keys now.
Yeah, I'd put my my jobber back in here, but there's no way I could ask for more peak voltage out of my tank circuit on this transmitter, so forget it. And it's all different parameters than the other transmitters, so I'll just wait till that's back in service and pop it back in then, and that's it.
Yeah, just got my first spam bot in the chat.
What, named Logan, who wants to be friends?
No. It's just some Twitch user. Seems like it's a robot. If it's a real person, then, it's weird.
Now, what happened to John, who was reworking his audio?
I'm still here. I'm actually working on my QRZ now. It reminded me that I need to update that. And on another note, with Billy talking about his stream, I had to rip the phone out of my wife's hand the other day as he went live, and it presented her with a pretty amazing screen that said who was online.
There's all kinds of there's real people in here, and then there's like web crawling spiders, and now it seems like there was an ad bot, which is fine, whatever, just counts toward my number of chats, which is like a thing.
Have you looked at John's kind of light here right now. Have you looked at his QRZ page? It's really cool. That is like very unusual stuff. And it's like brilliant pictures of how you hack this and what do you do with that.
Yeah, I'm actually updating it right now. I got a couple of antennas to put on there still.
I love the old telephone crap, man. I've got a 118-year-old telephone here. Somebody updated in the 50s. That'd be fun to stick a modern perf board in there.
Oh yeah. The old crank ones are cool too. Oh, you know what? Let me see something here. There we go. Is that any better?
I need more than 3 seconds.
Who's that, Mikey?
Okay, no problem. My balance line was down a little bit low. I'm just curious if that brought up without causing problems. I'm still, like -8. That should be all right.
Yeah, I'd say the audio is a little bit better. You need, this time of the night with static crashes and stuff on either side, you really need a pretty good size bulldozer to make it through. It's just not easy.
Oh yeah, I can understand that. Oh jeez, that's way over.
Yeah, you still have lots and lots of low-end boost, which is not helping your case.
Is that Mikey? Is that Mikey?
No, that's John.
Oh, John. Oh, John.
All right, I'll get back to you in a second.
Roger.
This is where web SDRs that can record and allow you to download the recording come in so handy.
Yeah, he's got it pretty close though, Clark. I mean, it's a tone thing from that audio profile he's got would sound just fine to 99% of guys on that other mode. So he's probably already done that. It's just trying it out here because he heard you and Billy on here before and decided to give it a shot.
Did he say what he was running for a rig? I mean, I guess we just kind of like start with the basics. What does he have to work with?
All right. Profile, so that's pretty good.
Let's see what that came out of there. Get rid of moodiness.
Well, I mean, there's reverb, there's massive bass, there's no mid-range, there's all kinds of stuff going on that's unfortunately not helping.
Okay. That's no problem. I appreciate it. Let me kill the reverb. There you go. So that takes care of that part.
Damn, Clark, brutal. Damn, Clark, brutal.
No, the thing is if you have a rig that can sound like $1 million, you've got to be brutal because they have the potential. If you tell someone who's got a rig that's never going to sound good that they don't sound good, then that's brutal. So John has got some immense ability to sound like $1 million, and we need to bring it out.
Well, I do appreciate that. And yeah, it's a Flex 5000. It should be able to do it. It's just a matter of my audio chain is not quite dialed in right for this, for this type of work.
Well, right now it sounds like something's being overdriven.
W2VW 40.
Back the gain on the input here. That should be a little better.
W2BTK. W2BTK.
W2JON. Yeah, it has the ability to record and play back, but that's, it's not representative of what goes off the air. So, all right, we'll get it going.
No, John, what I meant is if you find a web-based receiver that picks us, you and us, and or it doesn't have to be us, but you and the stations you're talking to, you can record off of that web SDR and then listen to it back, and then you can see how you compare with the stations you're hearing. Sometimes that makes it easier to see like where you are as far as your adjustments.
Absolutely, I agree. I know there's one up in Milford. He may hear me. I may have to go a little further out, but I will definitely take that into consideration. Like I was saying, I'm updating my QRZs. Let me get this going, but I am here.
Well, but from now to where you are now compared to when you first got on, it's 100% improvement. So that's a big step forward.
The mic's open.
All right, great. I'm definitely going to lock it down and tinker with a little bit more.
I like this. See, now you get someone who's got a great rig and it starts to sound really good. It just makes you feel great all over.
Even in the no-no zone?
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem is that I have tools here, and there are a lot of toys. And, You know, when you're listening to it live through the back of the audio device, you can get carried away.
Well, yeah, you know, and then you have to take into the real world issues like propagation and static and people's receivers with, you know, with frequency roll off in the presence frequencies. And when you do that, all of a sudden it's like you have to kind of like contour your audio for that, you know, not what you hear coming out of the back.
Exactly. I appreciate the input for sure.
Well, there's lots of AM activity on this frequency and this area of the band on 75 meters. So, you know, jump in again any time, or even now. Although I think the band is starting to go along, but you know there will be huge opportunities for getting that tweaked. You'll have a kick-ass AM profile when you're done.
That would be the plan.
Hey, Clark.
Yes'm.
We got another aspiring ham in the chat here. He's studying for his test. And I told him the same thing. Take the tech and the general at the same time.
So, Bill, this is a very interesting phenomenon you've got going on here. So you seem to be sort of like the welcome wagon for amateur radio. How does this happen, if you know? You know, how is it that you're attracting these aspiring ham radio operators? I mean, it's a really good thing, but it's like, how does this happen? I've never heard of this before.
Because they're fascinated by crab asses that are just a little bit older than them.
So, Bill is that crab ass?
I mean, I'm displaying the hobby on a platform where this hobby has never existed before, and I think people are just finding it and being like, well, hot damn.
You know, that's a very, very, very interesting point you just made.
Charlie,
KOJ, good evening.
What's going on, guys? I got some time to know good tonight. Just been listening to you guys and just wanted to see if I can make it in here above all the noise.
Well, you're making it into southwestern Connecticut. Clark here in one BCG, and Dave and Billy and John and whoever knows who else is on frequency. But yep, sounding good.
Yeah, big deal. We're down the street from Dave. We're out here in Warestown, New Jersey.
There you go, Dave, your neighbor. I guess Dave went away.
Whiskey 3 Oscar Hotel. I am still here. My radio room was invaded by 2 college students.
Oh dear, hopefully you got things under control. And actually, wait a minute, KOJ, so, well, I don't know your real name, but which Dave were you referring to that you're a neighbor of?
WVW.
See that? That's what I thought. And OH, I didn't know you were still there, but yes, nice to hear you again.
See what happens when you're not paying attention? The wrong Dave chimes in.
No, see what happens when you got too many darn Daves on frequency? This happens.
Yeah, but can you do 67 hertz?
I can.
I think John has got 67 hertz mastered.
I don't think I have any 60 hertz on my normal voice. Maybe I should just bump it up and have artificial.
Well, you could just get some 60 hertz, you know, it's all around us, and mix it in with your signal.
Or you could send an email to Dave W2VW with all the things you ever want to say on ham radio and have him read it like a script into a recording and have him send you the file, and you can just play that on the air as you.
You know, Clark, there was this guy who used to show up at a place I was working who sounded exactly like Ronald Reagan. And I was thinking, I want an ID, I want a station ID from him, you know, be like, you know, when Nancy and I are in town, we always listen to, I was W2APE at the time, and I never did it. How stupid of me.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah, here he goes again.
Sounds more like Jack Nicholson.
You gotta be faster than that.
You sound like you're going to get smothered by a pillow.
Well, except for the static crashes, I think this is a very nice place to operate here this evening.
Absolutely.
That was a One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest reference, not an audio quality reference.
And my old piece of crap transmitter, my neighbor Mikey always says, you know, smelly old radio, hasn't blown up yet. I mean, what's not to like? It could blow up for... Go ahead. Hit me, Murphy. I look you right in the eye. I'm not afraid.
Don't wake up my dog. He's sleeping.
No, not that Murphy.
Trust me, I used to shout at Murphy, not your dog. At the skyscraper. Hit me again. You want to look Murphy in the eye, not your dog, the other one.
And me and Carrie both thought you were talking about our wonderful governor.
No. Try not to do politics on the air too much, because, let's face it, on amateur radio, you're going to talk about politics. It's going to be, sooner or later, the person you're talking with is going to disagree with you. And then you're going to take it personally. And then you're going to run off, and you're going to find a group of guys that think exactly like you, or mute their real thoughts so they can fit in with a group. And it's going to go round and around, and it's not good. It's a waste of time. It's stupid. Go do something else. Read a book.
That all sounds kind of far-fetched. Does that actually happen?
Yeah, I was making all that up, Clark.
All right, I don't know. It sounded so hypothetical, but you said it with conviction, so there might have been something to it.
By the way, I've got an in-your-face audio profile going here, if you haven't noticed, and I'm beating the crap out of all of my electronics. I'm trying to get some ratings.
See, I've learned not to talk about politics because every time I do, Tommy just comes and rips me a new one.
Let me tell you something about Tommy. He's not alone. He's got backup. So if you disagree with him, he'll be back. And that's only a warm-up for what he'll really come back with.
Yeah, he's feisty. And, you know, learned, but I'm on the other end of the spectrum.
Yep. I understand. And you know I understand. And I know how he is.
Yeah, it's, I mean, we have fun with it, but jeez, he could be kind of scary, man.
Yeah, but his damn calf muscles are screwed up. And he's got weak feet, like he broke his ankle like 32 times.
Oh my god, the war of the calf muscles.
Come on, man. You've seen my calf muscles next to his. Let's be honest here.
Yeah, I'm very comfortable in my sexuality, so I can say, Dave, you've got nice legs, man. Those calf muscles they pop, bro.
I mean, mine are natural. They're all natural. I didn't, I don't work out for my calf muscles. That was all human motivation, walking across the city back and forth, I didn't need to do any of that. I don't know how Tommy got his, but man, they don't look like mine.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay out of this one, but yeah.
I'm thinking, you ever see his award that he won, for calf muscles? I'm thinking there was some political involvement. Somebody got paid off for that crap. That ain't right. The normal, I mean, you've seen weird things that happen at the Olympics. They shoot people, 72 Olympics. I mean, for him to get an award for his calf muscles, I need a frickin' recount. It ain't right.
Is that a thing? Are you gonna get an award for calf muscles?
Where's Nancy Kerrigan? Was that Lou?
That's Lou.
Hey, Lou.
Look up W2XG, W2 Extra Gall, XG. He's got a calf muscle award on his QRZ page. Yeah. I don't know where he got that crap.
All right, that's kind of different.
I mean, not for nothing. They were on display at the last Sussex, right? Like you could just look left, right, like compare, and yeah, I'm not gonna say nothing, but I don't understand either, Dave.
Listen, if you took Tommy's legs and my legs and you put them in a graduated cylinder to see how much actual water they would displace because of the size of the calf, you could take a giant graduated cylinder and measure the delta of the volume of the cylinder. I would say he might displace a little bit more than me, but the shape, you got to go by shape, man. I mean, look at Mr. Universe, Marilyn Monroe. I mean, the moon, anything. The shape. It's all about, well, it's not all about the shape, but you got to have a shape.
Yeah, tone.
Talking about each other's calf muscles?
You shut up, you. Who asked you?
Oh my God, I wasn't expecting getting that.
You're killing me.
Yeah. Can I check in with my calf muscles? Hi.
You don't have any calf muscles, Mikey.
No, can I borrow some? My Billy.
Mikey, why do you sound all yellowy tonight?
Oh, I'm sorry. I put my tampon on this morning.
Oh, come on. You sound way better than that before. What rig are you on?
Well, I was set up a slot bucket. I just came down to show where you guys.
Folk 10. Yeah, that single sideband stuff will really screw up your audio.
I came up, Dave. That's right. I just have to ice cream. I'm a little drunk for that.
Why don't you get yourself a Big Johnson, Mikey?
I thought I did.
I mean, your rig should have a picture of a Viking. You see those Vikings? They came from the land of the ice and snow, from the midnight sun where the hot springs glow. Hammer of the gods. You hear that?
Hey, I got that kid.
I don't like, yeah.
You ever hear that before? That's right. That whole song is about E.F. Johnson transmitters. Nobody knows that, though.
I never thought of that.
Damn, frankly.
I guess Robert Plant got hit in the head with a Johnson transmitter when he was young.
I think Sir Mix-a-Lot had a song about those great big Johnson transmitters.
I'll be right back. Dave.
Okay, Mikey. Good to talk to you on this band.
I thought you were never coming back. Interliac.
Nope, I said I'm not getting on Slop Bucket on this band because it's a vast wasteland, and it is.
Oh, God, here we go. Give him a couple of weeks there, Red. Oh, boy. My wife tells me they caught that kid from Connecticut.
Too much delay. I guess I'd stop listening. Too much delay. Hello out there, M9GTO.
I hear you, Louie.
Having a whole lot of fun.
Alright!
We don't have that good.
Hey, what's up? Findy. Thanks for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream.
Band conditions suck from here and there because of the static crashes.
Did I say your name right?
Yes, they do. M9GTO was.
And I would have never said suck on ham radio to describe band conditions years ago, but it's 2020, and 2020 also does the same thing as the band conditions. It sucks.
I want to listen to the Immigrant Song now, man.
You know, that thing in the beginning, the very beginning of that, where there's like a click, like a tape repeat, and it gets, you know, like, I don't know, 8 dB louder. It's 1, 2, 3, you know, that's the coolest part of that damn song.
Yeah, it's like, it's feedback, something. I don't know. It does sound cool, but it's not quite as cool as the beginning of that Pink Floyd song where you can hear the alternator whine.
Yeah, I still argue with people over that as to whether or not that exists, but I heard it. I heard it in the 70s, so it must have meant something. Yeah, the other one, what is it, Whole Lot of Love? There was like a ghost vocal on it because it was re-recorded over a piece of tape. I mean, Aerosmith and Dream On, they wanted the same... They wanted the same sound. They asked Eddie Kramer, who was a recording engineer. I don't know if he was a producer, but recording engineer. They wanted the same exact thing in Dream On, where the vocal was like, it was wiped, but it was still there. You know what I'm talking about, because you can hear stuff.
I don't know if I know that one. I'll have to take a listen. But... you know what it made me think of? I had a Van Halen CD in my Camaro, right? It was there when I bought the car. And what was that track? Why Can't This Be Love, or whatever it was called. In the beginning of that song, there's like some, like, this weird sound. And every time it would come on, I thought something was wrong with my Camaro. And then the song started, and it, like, literally every time I heard it, it's just the weirdest sound. The way it sounded in that car with the engine running and the crappy speakers, I was just like, uh-oh, every time. And then, and then you hear that beginning,
yeah, that's the first thing that they made with Sammy. Well, you know, the first thing that they released with Sammy Hagar, so it was big, you know, and they wanted to get it right. I know what you're talking about. It's like...
yeah, it used to bug me out.
Yeah, amazing how you can stuff that in an audio track.
You could do, I mean, you can hide stuff in audio, which is pretty cool. Like, forensic audio analysis is pretty neat stuff. It's a field I probably should have gotten into.
Well, the whole W2VW, the whole science of why do people listen to music at high volumes? You know, when you think about it, you're trying to dig out things that are buried or not. You know, and you got that whole dynamic range thing going with your ears and your brain. And it's exciting to pick things out, which is, you know, it's also exciting to listen to Jim Morrison because he couldn't sing. But your brain might fix it if you're musically inclined. Same thing with Frank Sinatra. He wasn't the greatest singer, but your brain would fix it. It gives your brain something to do, so it's good. Anyway, listening to loud music, you're digging things out. And yes, the current deal where things are being picked apart and you see all these stripped down tracks of your favorite artist you've been listening to, and that's great. It's great to listen to backing tracks, stripped down tracks. John Lennon's stuff right before he got assassinated, including stuff that I think he was actually holding on to when he got assassinated, is, you know, was released. Some of that stuff was overproduced when it came out. It sounds great if you listen to the stripped down versions of it without all the crap on it. Really, 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 really good. And it, you know, pokes through what a great composer he really was. And tons of others.
Yeah, that psychoacoustics, right? Like that phenomenon is crazy. Like, for instance, we were in college at Berkeley in an acoustics class, and the teacher, he played a certain frequency. It was a stereo system, and he played a certain frequency in the right channel and said, okay, everybody direction find this. Which speaker is this coming out of? And we all pointed to the right one. But while that was happening, there was a built-in perfect linear fade that transitioned that sound in the stereo field over to the left channel. And like 5 or 10 seconds went by, and it was a steady tone. And he said, all right, like, so you're all sure that it's coming from this right speaker, right? And we all heard it coming from that right speaker, even though it had gone over to the left. So he walked over to the right speaker and unplugged it and said, are you sure? And we all went, whoa!
Yep. Truth is stranger than fiction. Experienced people can always show young pups stuff that's going to stay with them for life. It's like, wow, check this out. It's real.
Yep. Different frequencies. I mean, with really high frequencies, you can't play that game because they're super directional. But that was like, I forget exactly what frequency you used, but it wasn't too low, it wasn't too high. It was just right.
Yeah, well, like hissing air sounds, like, well, they've got quite a bit of bandwidth. They're lower than you might think. It's probably in that range.
Yeah, well, the shorter the wavelength, the more alternations it makes before it hits your ear, and the easier it is to find. Like low sub-frequencies, you never tell where the hell they're coming from.
That's another one of my problems with putting in a subwoofer, you know, listening to classic rock on a 33 1/3. I don't have the COVID, man. It's pollen season here. I want you to hear that full fidelity. Anyway, what do you do with that? I don't want to mix all the bass into one speaker in the middle. No, they didn't do it that way. That's why I don't have that set up here, Billy. I need help.
Yeah, the subs, I mean, think about it. It's like you're in a room and that 35, 40 hertz wave, I mean, it could only make like maybe a half a cycle as it passes through that room. It's not even a full cycle. How the hell are you going to tell where that's coming from?
My only answer to you is that I do have adds Electro Voice speakers, EV4 speakers. And I have a fairly good replica of what I used to listen to that stuff on. Needs to be restored, but I'd have to hear it. One of the things I wanted to do someday, probably won't. This stuff will land up on a dumpster before I do it. I have a feeling that I wouldn't be happy with all that mixed in, because first of all, you're not going all the way down to 400 hertz. You're talking about things that are mixed, mastered to go through tube gear, and you're not going to get much going on below, even in the real expensive stuff, you're not going to get much going on below 85 hertz. Not much. And if it is, it's...
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. 80 hertz is... that I don't even really consider that a sub-frequency. That's more of a low... approaching the low mid-range. I mean, I think anything above 90 is a low mid. But, I don't know. I learned from a guy who did things a little differently with the PA systems, and his PAs always sounded better, but he would cross his subs over like super low. He was into that. He's like, subs are not happy above like 60. Like, he would cross them over sometimes at like 50 and treat everything above that as, you know, a low or a low mid.
I can understand that because of the way they behave. There's probably a very gentle crossover. Still had, you know, response 10 or 12 dB down. Another 10 or 15 hertz higher, I would imagine.
Yeah, it was, oh, I forget exactly what, like, the corner frequencies and the slopes were, but, I mean, his subs were, like, subs, you know?
Yes. Designed to break stuff.
Yeah, but, I mean, and that being said, we used to test the system. Our system test music was Fleetwood Mac, The Chain, right? And that doesn't have crazy lows, but when you got it dialed in just right, and you goose the subs just right, that little, it just works. You know, even with something like that. Listen to that song, Fleetwood Mac, The Chain. The kick drum comes in, doom, doom, doom. You're hearing the lows, do-do-do-do. The acoustic guitar, all right, some mids and highs start to come in, and like it all just progressively builds, and you can hear the damn system with that song. That and Hey 19 by Steely Dan is another great PA system test song. The only other one we used regularly was Rocket, Herbie Hancock. That was a great one. That was a lot of fun. We usually mostly do that as a crowd pleaser, but again, a great way to test the system.
W2 very weak. Yeah. The Chain, I could see that because you've got interchanging different chunks of spectrum happening at the same time, and then they change it up. You've got loud versus nothing. So I get that. Well, next time you talk to Nick, KG2IR, talk to him about Steely Dan and recording with Steely Dan. You will have a great QSO. Let's just make sure that it's a one-on-one QSO. Otherwise, somebody's going to tell you about the weather and their snow plow, even though it's May, and a whole bunch of other crap.
Wow, Steely Dan recording session. I mean, I should probably call him on the phone.
It'd be better if you did it on the air. It needs to be on the air where people can hear it.
Yeah, I agree. W2 BTK on Montana Mountain in beautiful New Jersey.
Otherwise known as Nueva Jersey. Cambio. Are we hearing something from fucking over the other side?
Oh, I got all that crap notched out, man.
Roger. Well, I've got a little bit of it going on here still because I'm using filtering and this very simple system, and I hear some of that coming in.
And I've notched the piss weak carriers on 3880, which are just in there enough to add an annoying like a nagging tooth pain type of sound, but that's notched too. They're gone. SDR receivers are the best. Guys who poo-poo them are just trying to save face and hold on to some, childhood. I've got my R390A, which are great receivers, but like, you can't do what I'm doing right now with one of those. So, it is what it is. SDR.
Well, wait a minute here. I want to put this in proper perspective if I can, Billy. I'm not the youngest guy on the air, and I can tell you that if I didn't have time to help you out with FT8, I might have wandered into it, and I wouldn't have been one of those jackasses that preaches against it all the time, but I certainly wouldn't have had all the fun and learning that I had on that mode. That's the learning. You can learn stuff about propagation. A whole lot. High-level learning. If it weren't for Tommy. Because he's younger and he helped me set it up. Well, actually, he set it up for me because I'm a dumbass, right? So, same thing with receivers. There are guys that have been fixing receivers and they're always listening in the shack while they're working on some receiver, and some of those old receivers are amazing, and if you haven't had your hands on an R390A, you don't know that the filters in an R390A are so damn good that you can slice an AM signal. You can slice the carrier off of it and the opposite sideband, and it'll sound like an SSB signal. That's how good those filters are. The skirts are steep. It's mechanical brilliance, as going by Colin. They're great, and they were the hottest damn thing. Operating on AM on the hand bands, because you can get rid of idiots with it, just like you can get rid of idiots with your modern stuff. But yes, the utility of what you have going on there totally buries an R390A. But heck, it was designed what? It was a design to replace a very expensive receiver, the R390. The design goes back to probably like 1951 or 51 and a half, maybe a little more. And so we have progress. But yeah, it would be nice to put a really good tutorial out. Older guys that are used to all that stuff have no exposure to what you're doing and how it works. It's got to be fast because they don't want to deal with idiots and introductions to videos and stupid music and drum sounds and here's my receiver. I spent $99 on it. It got shipped from China. They don't want that. They want the meat and potatoes. If you look at a W2VW technical video on YouTube, it lasts for 90 seconds, and you've got to pause it to look at all the screenshots of the meter readings and the smoke and all that.
Yeah, well, I agree. I'm more preaching to the guys who get on and say that SDRs are junk and you gotta get a vintage receiver so that you can deal with QRM. That type of mentality, like not open to the new technology whatsoever, thinking that it sucks. Not so much guys that are just, well, ignorant's the wrong word, but like not privy to what's going on. It's the guys who like know about SDRs, who are just stuck up and will never, like, I only use tubes, I only use vintage, you know, and anything new sucks. It's those guys I'm talking to.
Well, as Joe Biden says, if you ain't got a DX160, you ain't a ham radio operator.
Oh!
Green. It ain't easy being green. Well,
damn, Clark.
It's Clark. Hey, Clark.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being addressed.
Did you, like, clean your house? What did you do here during this interlude between when you transmitted last time? I'm really interested in what have you been doing?
Listening to you guys.
And
refilling this glass.
Okay, thank you, that's good. That can be good, you know, as long as you're not driving.
No, I'm homebound. So why do you think something's different?
I don't think anything's different. I'm just asking what was going on here during the interlude.
There was the call to the Pentagon, but that probably isn't that important.
Why is my computer trying to install drivers?
Digital stuff on your FT4 signal, secret squirrel stuff that nobody should know about?
Yes, squirrel stuff.
Have you considered starting a net?
Why, so you guys can turn up on top of it? No, that's okay, thanks.
What?
Hey, good evening, KA2PVT.
Hello, Eric.
Hey, Eric.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Just passing through there, heard some good signals.
Good to hear you on here. I'm running my old Johnson. Old Johnson. Good to hear you on. I always enjoy when I hear you here in the AM area talking with people. You're a lot of fun, Eric, but I don't always have the time to get on.
Yeah, good hearing you too, Dave. Well, I have the time too. You know, I try to divide the time, so nighttime is the right time to get on the air. Good hearing you with that Johnson. Sounds good, and I like the fidelity, you know, instead of where I heard you the last time.
Roger. Yeah, running a Class H solid-state modulator into my 1957 Johnson. I know you're using an Apache, and I've had a couple of Apaches, and it's not the easiest transmitter to work on, but they're cute.
That's
Yeah, I like it. I had a Viking CDC. It was okay, but I could do more with this with the TX1 here, so I'm liking it there. But anyway, I gotta run downstairs and get me something to drink. But hello Clark, hello Billy. Whoever else is out there, I'll be back shortly though, as I got nothing to do.
Evening.
Evening to you, Clark, as well. Looks like, oh man, yeah, looks like the band's holding up. And yeah, interesting conversation about the SDR receivers versus the old stuff. I'm running SDR here as well, and I'm not going back to the to the 870 when I was looking for a receiver, and I'm not dragging my 170 out of the attic. So there you go.
Hey, is that is that the Apache or is that your Yakimo?
Nah, this is the Apache.
Nice, man. Yeah, that's a good sounding Apache.
Why, thank you. Yeah, I did some work on it. I gotta fire up. You know, I told you the last time I had that Kenwood. I gotta fire that up. It doesn't sound quite as good as this, but you know, it's probably a little easier to operate. I just step on the foot switch here. This is a two-hand operation right now.
Man, you gotta get your foot pedal going so you could do this.
Yeah, don't rub it in. Well, yeah, I can do the PTT on the transmitter, but I have to hit a key on the receiver to go into RF mute or pull the volume down. I'd rather put it in RF mute, you know, but so I gotta hit something on the keyboard. If I can figure out how to make it send the code to the computer, I'll be good.
If that were me, I would just brute force the damn thing, you know? Take the audio output and jam it into a load with a relay and take the RF and stick that over to a short. Done.
Well, yeah, you know, I thought of that. Just, yeah, I'm shorting the receive going to the SDR and switching it off, so... Yeah, I could either kill the aux input to the amplifier or load the output of the amp. I'd rather just kill the input to it. Yes, I'm driving an integrated amp with some big speakers here. So, yeah, that's probably in the drawing board. That might be the easiest way to do it.
Yeah, you got to check what works for you. I'm doing the same thing. You know, I don't have a lot of real estate here. The antenna's right over the house, and I'm using a PVC S800 audio amp with a mixing board and all kinds of crap going into it, and giant JBL speakers, and it's totally tame because I played around with sequencers and time-delayed relays, and got a couple isolation transformers here and there, and you can do it. If I can do it, you can do it. Just takes patience.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, and yeah, I got the same situation here. The antenna's not too far from where I'm sitting. It's maybe 30 feet above me and over about 20 feet. So, yeah, I don't have a problem with any RF, not on this band anyway. 40 meters is a whole nother story. But yeah, I'm going to sit down and decide what I'm gonna do. Cause yeah, having a foot pedal is nice. You just step on the gas and go. So I got a switching arrangement between 3 sideband rigs. I can switch audio in and out, going into the mixer to the integrated amp. So sounds like we got the same kind of the same thing going. All right. Anyway, I know it's a bunch of guys out there. I gotta run downstairs and get something, get me a refreshment, and I'll be back.
Roger. All right. Good to hear you on here, Eric. I'm gonna tell you in a week, because I am.
No, you're not. KA2 PVT.
W2BTK, just to fit in.
WTKLN, because I haven't spoken in a long time.
Hi.
Hola.
The band has shortened up here. Signals are huge.
I see it 40 over here.
Hey, Billy.
Yes?
I'm not seeing see my comment about auroral flutter last night?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you haven't really experienced that yet, have you?
No, I have. About, what was it, a year or two ago. I might have even been at my parents' house, that shack, but I did. I heard the fluttering, and it was crazy sounding.
Yeah, that's how you were coming in here a couple nights ago. I was going to send you a recording of it, but it probably would have been like, there's something wrong with my recording. I don't see that tonight, but it was on here last night. And John has popped up to 40 over S9. So this band is still shifting around quite a bit. Seems to be very shat, like they say in New England. It's not shot like broken, it's short. But they say shat. Why do they say shat?
That's a good one.
That whole accent is funny, man. And you know, I went to college in Boston, and I'll never forget. They were sitting in ear training class, right? And he's like playing a note. He's like, "All right, what note is that?" The kid pipes up like Boston native, G sharp, and the teacher ripped him. He was like, "Wait, G what? G sharp? G sharp?" And it was the most ridiculous thing, you know. Park your car in Harvard Yard, you prick.
Yeah. Well, it used to be here on YAM, you know, 35 years ago, you could get very acquainted with accents in the Northeast if you lived around here, where I do. And you could tell an accent, you know, a Rochester from a Buffalo accent, because there were a lot of guys on. And that paid off one time for me. I was at work back at 30 Rock, where there were a lot of people. There's this woman came walking by, and she was talking to somebody about scheduling, and I got a good earful of how she was talking, and I'm like, yeah, she's not from New York City. And her name was Barbara. And actually, Nick was there when this happened. I think somebody introduced us, you know, this is Barbara, and I said, yeah, this is Barbara from Buffalo. And she looked at me like I had 4 heads. She's like, yeah, I'm from Buffalo. How'd you know that? I said, well, I know a few things about accents.
Isn't that crazy? I'm a native New Yorker, and I don't think I don't know how I walked away unscathed. I really don't feel like I have much of an accent.
No, you've got conscious accent suppression system. Yeah, you know, you should patent that.
It's kind of weird, right? You know, it's just because I was lucky. I grew up with parents who spoke well, you know, proper grammar, not much of an accent, good pronunciation, and that's what I grew up with, and it's what I developed. It was actually insane, because in you know, young kid English class where you're learning grammar and all this stuff, I didn't have to think about it. Like, it was there, you know, and I didn't know the answer to anything. Like, oh yeah, pronoun, vowel, this, that. I was the worst at that, but I could speak well. It was just natural. I don't know. It's from listening to my parents.
Oh yeah, your parents, classy people, educated. And you pick that up whether you like it or not.
Yeah, I talk real good.
I talk good.
You know what, Billy, I grew up with a grammar Nazi or two in my area, and then I could venture out, and the other kids, they didn't know a damn thing.
I used to get hits with the ruler all the time.
Have you ever heard somebody, and I get to hear this all the time, anytime I want to hear this, who you know has a fairly decent education, but they want to fit in with people, and they dumb themselves down, or they change their accent, and they got the whole thing going. I know one particular person It's really kind of sad. Who does that a lot? I get to hear it if I want to. They focus all their energy on fitting in. They want to fit in. So they do, and it's a New York thing. It's like New York centric. They're not from New York. They don't live in New York. They haven't lived in New York, you know. But New York,
Yeah, it's weird. You'll pick up, spend time around people, pick up an accent, and you don't even really. It's happened to me before. Like when I went to Texas and I was hanging out with Steve, like I started after about a week of that, I started saying things with the Texas accent, and it was like subliminal. I don't know. It just happened, but it's weird, man. New York. I was born in Lenox Hill Hospital in New York City, and I lived on the way Upper West Side, 209th Street, Seaman Avenue, and you can't tell.
Nope, you got that generic thing going, Billy, because you can hear stuff. That is no small feat.
Not to change the subject, but this is exciting. There's a dude in my chat, Mr. Hot Glass, and he's looking into the firmware drivers for the ICOM 7300. And if he has time, sometime between now and the rest of eternity, it doesn't really matter. I think he's gonna tackle it, man. He wants to open the bandwidth.
Well, if he can figure it out, that would be big, because that's such a popular rig. Everybody and their brother can get on here and sound great.
That's what I told him. If he figures it out and makes a video, he'll go viral. He will be the most popular guy on ham radio.
Even flea lips would sound good.
Correction, P lips.
Yeah, that's right, P lips. Yeah. Anyway, he might sound good, but he'll still never have a signal. And it'll always be him.
Yeah, well, he's just got that whole loser thing going, and I don't think he'll ever overcome it. Whatever, it's no skin off my back. I do what I do. Look, I mean, he's got his forum, right, and he perpetuates whatever crap that he perpetuates there. And oh yeah, AM, it's great for the hobby. I have a thriving community of, you know, the same 10 people that post the same crap all the time. Well, I'm a young man out. He's shunned me from that. I'm a young man out here operating AM, doing homebrew stuff. I'm on Twitch right now. How many people have you gotten into the hobby this month? Because I'm up to like 2 or 3. 2 of which got licensed, you know, found my feed, were not hams, now they're hams. What are you doing for the hobby, Phil?
Phil?
Yeah, silence.
Can you hear us now?
Right? I'm just saying, you know, and this guy has shunned me and pushed me, you know, out the door, like written me off, you know. I'm just saying, how many people have you gotten in the hobby this month, you know? And I'm not even talking like total. Some people don't even. That's just this month.
12.
You've gotten 12 people in the hobby this month?
No, I figured I'd keep him being a moron. I don't know. It happens sometimes. I got one buddy of mine, I think he's going to steer this way. He's been calling me, hey, where do you get this? Where do you get that? You know? So I think as soon as they start testing, he might sit in.
Yeah.
Roger.
Yeah, updated my QRZ after 3 years, 2 years. Jeez, man. Thanks for bringing it to my attention.
It's disturbing, though, Billy. If you can help somebody on here, like, you're going to live like 30 years longer than me. All I have to say to you is, remember this. You get somebody in AM, and they turn out to be a flaming jackass, don't take it personally. You did your best.
Whatever. Just trying to drum up interest in a dying well, not a dying hobby, but a very, very vastly overlooked hobby by my peers and those that are younger than me.
Yeah, especially when they can just pull out their cell phone with no trouble, right?
Yeah.
Well, like I said, our friend out there, Ken, WG3FU, didn't have any clue that AM existed on the ham bands, and I introduced him to that, and, you know, let him know that there's life outside of CD radio, and that was in the probably 1985 or 6, somewhere way back when. He seemed like an okay guy. But that was long ago. And somewhere along the way, something happened, and he lost his sense of boundaries, how not to be a blithering idiot. And spent a lot of money on a transmitter built by someone else, and you know, he didn't sweat. He didn't learn. He didn't build. He spent. He decided to use his transmitter. They spent all that stuff to do dumb stuff, as opposed to dumb you-know-what.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of that too, but it is. I don't know. I guess it is what it is. That's such a crappy saying. It is what it is, but I don't know. There's people using AM in 2020 on the ham bands, and that's great.
Yes, it is. And I think of people from the past that are gifted, and people who could hear stuff, people who did stuff, people who, you know, they excelled. And there's still a few of them around on the air. It's been a great place, a great hangout for amateur radio. It really has. The AM group of people on the whole is pretty good overall when you look at it over the years.
Yeah, well, you know what I like about it? I just wanted to make sure I had it. Well, what I like about the AM up here in the window, there's a lot of technical conversation that goes on, and I'm a technical person, and you don't hear a lot of that on the slot bucket.
Yep, you don't. It's technical light. What do you plug into what and download the software? So yes, but there is more technical stuff with slot bucket, because if you really want to get out and sound good, you still have to learn all this stuff. But you're right, Aaron.
Yeah, you know, hey, I what was it, 10, 11 years ago, I got hooked on ESSP, and, you know, that started me going. But guess where I wound up?
Yeah, but there's nothing wrong with that ESSB thing. Was kind of pinned on people who opened up their bandwidth, and it is bad, you know. But it's not bad. That's experimentation, which is part of amateur radio, instead of spending money and buying crap and plugging it in. There's not a damn thing wrong with ESSB because people are lying. And you get these guys that supposedly know everything, and they're like, hey, your IMD will be higher, and SSB is supposed to be for communication purposes. You people are dinosaurs. You're ancient, and you're going to dry up and blow away.
Well, it didn't happen, and yeah, I concur. You know, I've heard all the naysayers and all that, and you know what? I modified 2 slurp bucket rigs to, you know, they're not, I mean, you know, 6 or 7 kC wide, but they're better than they were, and you know, when you can talk to somebody and get compliments on your audio there, that's the feather in your hat.
Yep, absolutely. And it's an analog system, and overcoming obstacles to make it play the way you want is no easy feat. And once you do that, you've learned a lot of stuff. You can't get that kind of education. Great stuff. Anyway, Eric, Billy, I'm gonna check out again. Gotta get me some shut eye. So thanks, and I'll listen out. 2BTK and PVT. W2, very weak.
All right, real good there, Dave, but you're not very weak. All right, W2VW in the group KA2PVT. All right, Dave, nice talking to you. I had a nap earlier, so I think I'm going to hang out for a while. All right, let me get on the side and let everybody else give you their regards. KA2PVT.
Yeah, all right, Dave. Real nice hanging out with you out here for a couple hours. Very, very enjoyable. Hey, Hot Glass, I'll see you later, man. And, yeah, this is like one of the most enjoyable ham experiences that I've had in a little while. I haven't been on the air a crazy amount, but this is what I like, man. Great time on 3885. Real nice talking to you. So if you missed this QSO, it's gonna be up on the YouTube. So just documentation of some fine business AM. That's all. We'll see you, Dave. W2BTK on Montana Mountain in beautiful Nueva Jersey.
Hey, good night, Dave, from WA3VJB.
Good night, Dave, from W2JWin.
Hey, Paul.
Hey, Billy.
Hey, good evening there, Paul, from KA2PVT, Eric and Newark.
Yeah, Eric, I concur with the others that the Scratchy Apache is not scratchy at all. Sounds pretty good here at Annapolis.
Yeah, well, thank you. Yeah, it took a little work, but I got it together, and I'm always hearing it's not scratchy, because I was a little scared when I first made the deal to get this thing, but I said, you know what, it could be scratchy, but I'm gonna fix that.
Well, it looks like you did. That's proof is in the pudding.
Yeah, nothing like a little accomplishment, and I don't know if I think I've talked to you before, but I see a lot of your writings online, and I'll leave it at that.
Well, I was partially inspired to get on here tonight after Dave's treatise about people checking in and asking for an audio check. And I come down here and I tune the radio in, and there's somebody in here tuning in their audio. So it's like, okay, yeah, he's right.
nothing wrong with that. I mean, you know, if something's not right, you know, even with me, I would hope someone would tell me. But you know what? I do a lot of running on the dummy load and just looking at stuff before I put my foot forward on the air.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. When you guys were talking earlier about making a recording off an SDR somewhere and seeing what it sounds like, that really is the thing. It's your audio. You ought to be happy with what you sound like. You get 70-11 people to tell you what, well, you need a little here and a little there, and drive yourself crazy. Used to be a guy in here named Ron Boot. Had a novice class license, KA3OMH. But he used to check in here with us on phone. And his voice did not match his EQ settings. He had this exaggerated bass area and no bass in his voice. So he wound up sounding like he big lump in his audio. And one time when I caught up with him at a ham fest, and by that I mean I was walking by him and heard what he actually sounded like, it's like, oh, no wonder he's compensating.
There's a lot of that.
Oh, okay, yeah, I thought I saw a signal before I keyed up. Yeah, I guess he reminded you of the Wizard of Oz. They pulled the curtain back on him. Yeah, well, yeah, I battled with my voices. I don't have a lot of lows in my voice, and so it is what it is. I don't try to compensate for it, so, you know. But, hey, you know, like you say, you got 10 people, you got 10 opinions, so you gotta go with, you gotta like what you're doing and be done with it. That's about it.
I feel like getting out here and sounding the same way that you do in a room talking to somebody is the way to go. And it's probably not that easy. You know, it's like everybody wants to turn it up, you know, and exaggerate, but the guys that sound the best are the guys that sound natural.
I agree with that.
Well, I got that, Eric. I agree to a certain extent. There are some people who have really good audio and too much dynamic range. And by that I mean their average modulation levels down around 30% so that they can keep their peaks from hitting baseline. Now in the room, you've probably got 85, 90 dB from max to min. But that's not going to cut it on here. So there's two different aspects of this. One of them is the distribution of frequency response, and the other is the dynamic range. I tend to squeeze my dynamic range to a loud, tight level. But the response is open overall. And it doesn't sound natural, but it's loud and it gets through. So that's my goal. Where's my keyed line? I'm in the house, and my wireless has failed me. So the transmitter is stuck on, believe it or not. Hang on, let me find a good spot.
Ooh, you got it. Well, I'm not sure if you were done, but yeah, dynamic range is, you know, you can't have too much on in radio, you know, and the sound of radio. Listen to broadcasts and all that, and that's a lot of very exaggerated stuff on, you know, broadcast, but you have to squash the dynamic range, but you can do it in a way that's not obtrusive. A lot of guys go for that high average level, and you can hear compression artifacts and wheezing and all that stuff, and I'm slamming my dynamic range. I don't have a lot of dynamic range, but it's it's multi-banded, and it's pretty subtle. I mean, it's loud, but it's not subtracting from anything, you know. And natural, you're right. Natural in a room and natural on the radio are different things. But you can do it without all the artifacts and crappiness that you pull up out of the mud. You know what I mean? And it's an art. It's not easy to do.
Yeah, I'll agree with you there, Billy. Yeah, I'm doing the same thing here. I'm multi-banded, and you know, it's not excessive. I gotta see. I don't know. I might be running 6 dB or so. But I tell you one thing. You know, when I look at the mod current, it's pretty squeezed up. You know, if I turn all this stuff off, it's all over the place. So I know what you mean. Yeah, you can't use too much, and that really hurts my ears listening to too much compression. It's just gets annoying after a while. Even on broadcast radio, which I don't really listen to anymore, but you know, you listen to some of the FM stations out of New York, man. It's just annoying because everything sounds the same loudness. I mean, there's no dynamic range at all, and it's been getting worse over the years too.
It's fatiguing.
Yes. Yes, I hope for
WTJON. Hey guys,
that's funny.
Jump out of here. I want to thank you.
But hopefully he's got a fail-safe on that system.
Yeah, I heard you, J.O.
Yeah, I thought about this stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna bounce out of here. Thanks for your help dialing this in a little bit. It's gonna need some more work, but for another day. And yeah, I'm gonna pull up an SDR and see what I can figure out with that. I do not want to sound overdone. So anyway.
No, you'll get that thing squared away, man. I know you will. So, hey, good luck, man. So, I'm probably going to get out of here sometime soon myself. I've been at it for, let's see, 6 hours, 1 minute, and 50 seconds. So, you know, I'll be fading out shortly. We'll see you 7-3 from W2BTK.
WA3VJB. Yeah, I've been in here listening. It's just a matter of switching problems.
Oh, okay, real good. And all right, real good there, Billy, and the other station. I think you were the one working on your audio. Well, you get it together. Right now, it's just a little bit too much, so I don't know if the level's too high, but it sounds like the compression might be a little bit too much. But anyway, you get it. And wow, Billy, you've been on the air 6 hours. Wow. So are you streaming real right now?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right. Well, I'll probably check it out on YouTube. You can let me know where this link is for the session tonight. I just want to get a listen to me, and I can see myself on your display. All right. I'll let you go. And good talking to you. I'm gonna hang in here for a little while and see what's going on.
Yeah, I'd be curious for that link as well.
All right, well, if you guys want to watch live, just go to my QRZ page, W2BTK, and you can find the link to the Twitch stream there. I'm also simulcasting on YouTube and Facebook. The YouTube channel is 631NJ. And you can find it by searching YouTube. That's where, you know, the uploads go. The archives of my streams will be found on 631NJ on YouTube. But as far as watching live, go to my QRZ page for the link. It's twitch.tv/amateur radio. Amateur is misspelled. It's AMATUER radio. So there you go, W2BTK.
Thank you, Billy. Yep. Already a subscriber. And like I said, I have to explain to my wife every time you go live as to why my phone says what it says. All right, fellas. 7-3. Have a good evening, and I will catch you again. W2JON, QRT.
Hey, see you later, John. No, I got rid of that offensive name. I'm amateur radio now.
Okay, much better.
Yeah, much better there, Billy. Okay. The other one was a little too much.
Yeah, you know, I made that name just to get on Twitch. I didn't know anything about Twitch, and I was just like, all right, let me think of a screen name. Oh, there you go, sniff my balls. And I was on there screwing around, and then I actually got interested in streaming, but I had already locked in that name. Twitch doesn't let you change it for 60 days after you sign up, so I finally hit 60 days, and yeah, I changed it to something that I don't feel embarrassed when I tell people the link. So there you go.
That's a good thing.
Do I have to resubscribe for this one, or will it continue to alert on that old name?
You should, if you were following or subscribed to Twitch before on my old name, you should get all the notifications and everything. It'll just be a different name. Let me know if it works though, because I'm not sure if my notifications are working when I go live.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll let you know. Next time you go live, I'll take note and let you know.
Very good, man. 7-3.
Yeah, all right, 73 there, W2JON. Here is KA2 PVT.
Now, we reeled in a couple people advertising the link. Hey, welcome, everybody.
That's the modern-day version of getting letters from SWLs, isn't it? All right, I'll catch you guys later on. Been good listening, checking in to say hello. Top of the hour, radio station WA3 VJB Annapolis. Out of here for now.
All right. We'll see you later, Paul. Nice catching you out of here. And yeah, there's a lot of SWLs that pop in here. And believe it or not, Paul, a lot of non-hams that come into the stream and watch. And I swear to God, at least 2 of them now who were not hams at all found the stream, went and got licensed. So we're churning out new ham radio operators using this platform and streaming. So it's a really, really, really good thing for the hobby.
Oh, no kidding. And it's a good thing for this part of the hobby.
That is correct. This Twitch is a platform where this hobby and especially this mode do not exist. I mean, I don't see, there's a couple of other people who do ham radio streams on there, but they're not very active. And it's just kind of like a low budget stream, you know, maybe they're VIFOing around on 40 meters listening to Slot Bucket and stuff. Nothing like this. So yeah, I'm not bragging, but I'm personally responsible for at least 2 brand new hams this month.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, I've said for a while, and you can bank on that, you can take this as part of your marketing strategy, is that this part of the hobby, and I consider AM an activity as much as it is a mode, is the most consistent everyday activity that's distinct in the hobby. You won't find anything else on phone that's distinctive, that happens every day like this does.
Totally agree. And, you know, everybody who's watching is hearing you say that.
Well, it's part of the allure. It's that it's different. It's distinctive. And, of course, the depth of the conversation is a lot better than you'll find elsewhere. Anyway, I didn't expect to be on this late, but look, you drew me out of the woodwork. Take care, Billy. W2BTK, the McMartin station, WA3VJB.
That's right, your McMartin station, W2BTK. I'll throw it back over to Eric. I'm going to kind of listen out here and, you know, fade off into the sunset, as they say. We're at 6 hours, 8 minutes, and 50 seconds.
Yeah, okay, real good there, Paul. Catch you later, and good talking to you, WA3. Oh, you know what? This phone, I don't want to hear match your video. This phone is listening to me, and it just decides to start talking. Anyway, yeah, good evening there, Paul, WA3BJB, nice wholesome AM radio, and yes, it is an allure. And hey, Billy, my hats off to you for marrying the two platforms together. So this is one way to reach persons that would otherwise not have been reached, and they can listen to the beauty and the allure of AM. Catch you guys later. I'll be tuning around here too as well. I may jump up on 40 meters. I don't know. Listen, the fan scope doesn't look very busy on this end, so it looks like it's just us. And yeah, it is a consistent hobby. All right, catch you guys later. Be safe. Take care of yourself. Until the next time. This is KA2 PVT Newark.
All right, guys. That's going to be about it for the stream today. I don't think I'm going to be going to work this week. Next week, probably yes. So a little bit shorter streams, probably just in the evening. But as long as I'm free, I'm going to be streaming ham radio, AM stuff for you guys. Or, you know, sometimes they do FT8, sometimes they get on single sideband. It's but the main thing is this AM stuff here, and hopefully y'all enjoy it. I'm gonna be doing this. I've sunk some of my resources into building up my streaming setup here to be able to do this and keep it interesting and somewhat professional for you guys. So I'm glad you're here enjoying it. If you haven't followed the channel or subscribed on YouTube, consider it. You get notifications when I go live. If you like what you're seeing, there's going to be way more content coming. Going to try to make some YouTube videos to go along with this stuff as well. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. So thanks for hanging out with me, everybody, and we'll see you next time. Gonna shut the stream. See you later, guys.